its full potential. We speak life over our motherland, we speak life over our nation, and we ask that this discussion be fruitful and that we all walk away with something valuable to take with us. It's in your name, Lord Jesus. We pray. Before we proceed, again, because we're Africans and we celebrate the culture of Ubuntu, putting on my reverend hat a little bit here, taking you to church, turn to your neighbor and say, hello, neighbor. It's good to have you here. Hello, neighbor. It's good to have you here. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Now, formalizing the procedures. Salutations to you all, dear friends, delegates, honorable dignitaries, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. May I take the time to recognize and honor the representatives from the Embassy of the African Union, Tanzania, Mozambique, Madagascar, Mauritius, DRC, Togo, Chad, and Gambia. May all the representatives from these embassies please stand. And Zimbabwe, how can I leave my beautiful country, Zimbabwe? How dare me? And the beautiful country of Zimbabwe. May we please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence. I would also be remiss to proceed without recognizing our incredible sponsor, Glepi Foundations, and we have the honor of having the CEO and founder here with us, Mr. Russell Every. Is he in the room? Awesome. Let's give it up for Mr. Russell. We would also want to recognize and extend our gratitude and appreciation to Afrique Today, the TV media that is sponsoring our media production. Please give it up for Mr. Alan Pierre here in the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel greatly humbled and honored to be standing on this podium, sharing in the celebrations of this auspicious occasion. We stand together in one room today, under the same roof, oblivious to our differences, but in one accord and in unison for one cause, which is to bring our heads together, to build a bridge that closes the gap, forging way for the development, innovation, and awakening of our beloved motherland. I think we can all agree that there truly is a great awakening happening in Africa, likened to that of a sleeping giant. Truly, the potential of our African nations is ginormous as a giant, and we are slowly waking up from the deep slumber that has blinded us for many years by realizing that we, the children of Africa, the daughters and sons of Mama Africa, are the keys and tools to rebuilding and restoring the glory of nations. And because of that reason, we're gathered here today, traveling far and wide, unified in the great passion, zeal, and hope for seeing our beloved continent rise to its full potential. I thank you all for taking the time to be here today. Thank you for coming out of your schedules and commitments to join us in such an incredibly momentous occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite our distinguished organizer and host for this auspicious event, the founder and CEO of the Awakening Hub, Mr. Emmanuel Kalumbata, to welcome us and kick us off into our program. Mr. Emmanuel, over to you, sir.
All right, I was supposed to say good morning, but I know it's already past 12. So good afternoon. And my name is Emmanuel, as our dear moderator or mistress of ceremony just introduced me. I'm the founder and CEO of Awakening. I think there is an echo. Like, it just sound. I think it's better now. Yes. So I'm the founder of Awakening Africa Hub. And before I continue my presentation, like my speech, I would like to apologize on behalf of the African Union ambassador, because I think she was one of the person that been waiting, but she's still at a meeting at the State Department with the African Union Commissioner, because he's here. So she told me to apologize on behalf, because she's still at a meeting, because it's still ongoing, but she might join us in the afternoon session. Yeah, so I think I have a video that we'd like to play, and then from there I'll continue with my presentation. Welcome to the Awakening Africa Hub, your one-stop shop for inspiration, training, co-working space, and business growth that elevate and motivate you toward business success.
We are a community of bold-minded people who have decided to work under the same roof. Our workspace and the people around us inspire us to take action, grow, and do better. We are passionate about creating communities of talented, interesting, and clever women that are following the passion.
Our fully serviced co-working spaces come with all details taken care of and an experienced on-site team to make sure everything runs smoothly. You can simply walk in and get to work while we look after everything else. Our co-working office offers a place that promotes productivity and create meaningful connections with other talents.
This beautiful studio is perfect for photography, video production, seminar, and any type of small gathering. Our podcast studio has been built to give our people the opportunity to tell the stories. Do you think you have an inspiring story to tell? Contact us to be featured.
From the magazine, the Hub Directory, to the co-working space, our goal is to build a strong community of people of African descent. Join us and let's take the lead. Beautiful. Oh yeah, I think there's still the echo. Yes, as I was saying, I'm the founder and CEO of Awakening Africa Hub. So Awakening Africa Hub is a platform that we've created to bridge the gap and connect the African continent and the US, basically from investment, entrepreneurship, and youth empowerment. So we're based in Dallas, Texas. And this is our first time to host our event in Washington, D.C. We've been doing this for the past 5 years. And we do host a big expo, massive expo in Texas. And our next goal for next year is to come and do and host our expo here in Washington, D.C. That's why we started here first, just to basically for getting you guys together to say, okay, we're coming to your city. Yes. So for today, we're going to have an amazing day as we're going to have incredible speakers. And then I think I have a small presentation. I think if you can just put the PowerPoint on the screen, and then I can just give you a little bit of overview of what we do. And my friend here is going to help us, especially for those who came from Africa, because we have some French-speaking people here. So he's going to help us, to do the briefing. So les gens qui parlent français, nous aurons quelqu'un qui va vous aider à traduire un peu rapidement ce qu'on dit en anglais. So basically, they will help them, to translate everything in French, so they can be on the same page with us. And we have also few embassies, I think from the Congo, and I think Mozambique. I'm not sure if she's already here, but they're coming to join us for the afternoon session, because I think they've been blocked a little bit with some embassy, work. So as I was saying, Awakening Africa Hub, what we do, we foster connection and we unlock potentials for all African Americans, living in the US. Our goal is to bridge the gap, as I said previously, so we can really bring something great and build our beautiful continent. And at the same time, for the American side as well, to be able to benefit from that trade between the US and Africa. So we are in one-stop shop for small business success. So what we do, I think you watched the video that we just played before. So on the videos, you saw we have a co-working space. We have a very big office in Dallas, Texas, where we help entrepreneurs start, grow, and market their business. And we are in partnership with the Small Business Administration as well as the U.S. Commercial Service. Basically, they help us, connecting people with investors, people with lenders, especially small business owners, so we can create a great and strong community. Can go to the next one. Yes. So as I say, this is our little deck where the problem that we're trying to solve, because in the US there is 33 million small business, and out of the 33 million small business, in the US, most of them fail, 20% of them fail, during the first 2 years. 45 first, first, during the 5 years of being open. And as you can see the graph, basically we're trying to solve that problem through our platform, connecting them with mentors, connecting them with lenders, and connecting them with great people that can help them, succeed in their business. So basically, this is one department of what we're doing at Awakening Africa Hub to really help small business owners grow. So I know we've been speaking a lot of English, so I'm gonna give our French translator just to give a little overview before I continue, and then I won't be for too long anymore. Yeah.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Nous avons les données sur les petites et moyennes entreprises aux États-Unis. Il y a 33 millions de petites et moyennes entreprises aux États-Unis. 20% échouent dans les premières et deuxièmes années aux États-Unis, 45% les 5 prochaines années, 65% les 10 prochaines années. Et nous avons 25% de ces entreprises qui survivent durant les 15 ans.
All right, thank you for the translation. So as I was saying, that's what we do, and we're trying to connect first of all great mind people, because I can see some great mind in this room, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have a beautiful time of connecting, exchanging ideas, exchanging knowledge, and create some great opportunities for our continent, which is Africa. So I'm not going to take a lot of time as we started a little bit late, but I think I will have more time maybe in the afternoon session to get back here maybe for 5 more minutes to just give more overview about what we're doing and what we're trying to accomplish and what we can do for the diaspora. But before I finish, we do have, I think if you have your badge, you see there's a QR code. If you scan it, it's going to take you to a link, and then through that link, you will be able to see most of the stuff that we're doing at Awakening. And you can download our mobile app, because we're building a strong platform where we're connecting all small business owners, especially people of African descent and African Americans. So far, we have about 700 businesses that registered so far. So our goal in the next 5 years is to reach at least 1 to 2 million small business in the US. So that's what we're doing. And I'm pretty sure with your support, with your help, we'll be able to accomplish everything that we set as goals to accomplish in the company. So thank you, and then I wish you a great day with the conference, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have an amazing time. Thank you.
All right, let's give it up one more time for Mr. Emmanuel. I personally find it so inspiring when we have youths like Mr. Emmanuel who put together such organizations, not only to empower us youth here in the diaspora, but to bridge the gap truly and bring resources back home, because the future is this generation. We are the future of Africa, and we need to remain unified. So thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel, for organizing this event and for bringing us together. I would like to invite on stage Ms. Liziana, the Executive Director of the Hallmark International Youth Club. Ms. Liziana, over to you.
Hi, everyone. So I'm supposed to, give a brief interventions and remarks on our upcoming panel, Youth and Entrepreneurship panel. And so thank you all for coming. So I'm Liziana. I'm the Executive Director at Hallmark International Youth Club, and I'm also an advocate at UNMGCY, and I'm also one of the co-organizers of the event. So Youth and Entrepreneurship are a dynamic duo that holds the potential to transform not just economics, but entire societies. Their energy, innovation, and vision of young entrepreneurs have the power to bring about positive change, create jobs, and drive economic growth. Young entrepreneurs are the agents of innovation. We bring fresh perspectives, cutting-edge technologies, and new business models to the table. Our ideas have the power to reinvent industries, challenges traditional norms, and solve some of the world's most pressing problems. From tech startups, revolutionizing the way we live and work to social enterprises, addressing issues like climate change, poverty, healthcare, youth-led innovations, and is at the forefront of change. The youth are not just job seekers, but we are also job creators. By launching our own businesses, startups, we provide opportunities for others and stimulate economic growth, creation, and young entrepreneurs in particular have the potential to address youth unemployment crisis that affects many nations, particularly countries in Africa. And while youth and entrepreneurship hold immense promise, the path is not without its hurdles. Access to finance, mentorship, and supportive ecosystems are often lacking, especially in developing regions. Navigating regulatory obstacles and overcoming the fear of failure can be intimidating. So youth entrepreneurships in overall represent a powerful synergy that has the capacity to reshape our world, and we encourage and empower young people to explore their entrepreneurial aspirations. We invest in their future. Our creativity, drive, and innovation spirit can bring about transformative change, create economic opportunities, and address pressing global challenges. So embracing youth entrepreneurship is not just about shaping the brighter future, it's about unleashing a potential of a generation that is eager to make a difference and leave the mark on the world. So thank you so much. So now back to Tantera to introduce the youth panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Louisiana. I think now we delve into what we call the meat that we've all been waiting for, the first panel discussion this afternoon. I would like to invite the speakers and also the moderators and invite Mr. Pierre to help our speakers get ready. So as I call out the names and do the introductions, please just find your way to the stage. So the panel discussion that we're moving into, as Ms. Louisiana graciously introduced us into, is Entrepreneurship and Youth Leadership Panel Discussion. This will be moderated by Zipporah Hawa, and the panelists are Mr. Million Zeleke, who is the founder of Grand Squared Corporation. Let's give it up for Mr. Million. We also have the CEO and founder himself, Mr. Emmanuel Kalumbata, who is the CEO of Awakening Africa Hub. Let's give it up for Mr. Emmanuel. On this panel, we also have the beautiful Ms. Khadija Kamara, who is the CEO of Central Salon and Chief Strategy Officer of Study Africa. Let's give it up for Ms. Khadija. Last but not least, we have Ms. Tambaya Mbengu, I hope I pronounced that right, thank you, thank you, who is the founder of Youth Education and Sports Development. Let's give it up for Ms. Tambaya. To this podium, I would also like to invite the moderator, Ms. Zipporah Hawa, who is the Executive Director and founder of Girls Aid Movement. Ms. Zipporah is a seasoned gender expert, displaying a profound commitment to unlocking individual potential through her extensive experience. As the founder and Executive Director of Girls Aid Movement, a prominent non-governmental organization established in March 2021, she has made remarkable strides in advocacy and humanitarian work. Zipporah's dedication to improve and promote the social economic well-being of girls and young women has positively impacted over thousands of young lives globally. Her influence surpasses conventional advocacy, and her academic background is in public sector management, holds an accredited status with the United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth as an advocate, also double as the Youth Ambassador for Generations Unlimited Sierra Leone, currently partnering with Plan International Sierra Leone, and she leads projects to enhance inclusive and meaningful participation of girls and young people into leadership spheres. She also practices inclusion, teamwork, service to others, and excellence. Let's give it up for such a seasoned young lady, Ms. Zipporah, as our moderator.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Entrepreneurship and Youth Leadership Panel discussion. As you can see, we have tremendous panel here today. We really appreciate you all being here, and without further ado, we're getting into it. So the goal in the next hour is to see how best we can examine and how we can cultivate resilience while navigating challenges and embracing growth in entrepreneurship. So this is how the panel is going to be. We're going to have our panelists to discuss, and thereafter we're going to give the audience the opportunity to ask questions. So as I stated earlier, we have distinguished panelists that are here to add their voice to this wonderful and important discussion. So let me just quickly give a bio of our panelists. So Million Zeleke is the founder of Squad Corporation, a consultancy firm which works with African companies to help bring in foreign direct investments and promote infrastructure redevelopment. Working with many financial worldwide, the firm has formed strategic partnership to facilitate trade in import and export arena. Million is a principal partner of Scarel Capital LLC, a venture capital fund focused on women and majority-led companies to bridge the disparity gap in private and equity sector. Finally, Million also specializes in blockchain technology and bringing forth financial inclusion for Africa as he develops and advocates for technological innovation. Please let's give a round of applause for Million. So, Madam Khadija, the only lady among the men, the strong woman. Madam Khadija Kamara is a public health practitioner and proud Sierra Leonean, my fellow Sierra Leonean. She has partnered with community stakeholders to implement reusable menstrual pad programs in Freetown, Sierra Leone that distributed reusable pad to women and girls and paired this dispersal with menstrual hygiene education. She also facilitated community discussion between women, men, boys, and girls with the goal of destigmatizing menstrual and empowering women and girls. She is the Chief Strategic Officer of Study Africa, an online African research platform. Recently, she partnered with Kube community stakeholders to design and implement waste infrastructure by employing youth to decult gultals and dispose of trash through waste-linked strategies. This project decontained communities with contamination 100%. Finally, she has international and domestic experience designing and implementing health strategies in vulnerable communities. She previously was the lead for COVID-19 investigation to Palm Beach country, and also she is passionate about community-based, data-driven, sustainable health strategies. Please let's give it up for Madam Khadija Kamara. So we also have Emmanuel Kulumbate, who is a dynamic and visionary entrepreneur, best known as the founder of Awakening African Hub, with over 6 years of leadership experience in his creative and marketing industry. Emmanuel has proven to be demonstrating a unique blend of creativity, strategic thinking, and a passion for innovation. Emmanuel's expertise as a digital and brand innovation expert has been the driving force behind the success of numerous projects. His innovation thinking has led breakthrough in digital marketing, brand strategy, and create content development, positioning the brand he worked with on the cutting edge of their respective industries. Put our hands together for Emmanuel. So the last but not the least is Mr. Imbe. I beg your pardon, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Mr. Imbe is the CEO and founder of African Youth Education and Sport Development. He is originally from Senegal and resides in the United States of America for his engagement for humanitarian, social justice, and the impact as a young African leader in the diaspora. He is unmeritedly been working in multiple subsidiaries of the United Nations for over 15 years, namely the United Nations Office for Project Services, United Nations Development Programs, United Nations Children Fund, and so on. Before his tenures with the United Nations, he played soccer steadily with various teams. Firstly, in Senegal with the youth national soccer team. Then in France with a Paris football club, before proceeding to Italy with Inter Somalia. Unfortunately, he sustained an irreversible injury which ended his professional soccer career. As soon as after he moved to the United States to complete his education, where he completed his master's in business administration. His aspirations are to generate a meaningful impact among children and most vulnerable to promote humanitarian development and peace interaction around the world through common interests such as culture, sports, youth development, entrepreneurship, clean water initiative, and climate advocacy. Let's give it up for our incredible panelists. We are happy to have you, and you adding your voice on entrepreneurship and that of leadership. So I want you to share or give a talk about intergenerational dialogue. I will have to start with you, Mr. Mbappe. I want you to give a talk about intergenerational poverty.
First, I would like to thank you, and please give a round of applause of my good friend and brother Emmanuel for this platform, which is very important. And bonjour à tous mes frères et sœurs francophones ici présents dans la salle. Bonjour. And I'm pleased to be here, and all protocol observed. My name is Mbaye Bang. I'm from Senegal, West Africa. You call me Mbappe. I think I play better than him, but he was like
Okay.
So as he described, I'm the founder of African Youth Education and Sport for Development. As a former soccer player, injured, so I came to the US to continue my education, and then I spent the past 15, 16 years with the UN in different agencies, and all I want to do now is like giving back to my brothers and sisters in the continent, to empower them and to make sure they have the right education, and some focus in sport, entrepreneurship, and I'm working with some government. I started in Senegal and South Africa, and my goal is to expand it all over Africa.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you want to go with
Bonsoir, vous avez le PDG, Monsieur Beimbeng. Il vient du Sénégal, c'est un ancien footballeur. Après sa blessure, il a suspendu sa carrière. Il est venu aux États-Unis, il a fait un Master en Business Administration. Et il aimerait partager sa passion et ses connaissances sur le continent africain, pas seulement au Sénégal. Donc il est là pour encourager les jeunes. C'est pour cela qu'il est assis là, et il aimerait, si vous avez d'autres questions, le moment venu, vous pouvez poser. Merci.
We are extremely happy to have such a great personality in our midst with all the experience that you have. Would you mind to tell us your experience with young people, young entrepreneurs, and please also provide vivid example how you would advise entrepreneurs so that they can transform their failures into learning opportunities?
Yes, so I would like to encourage my entrepreneur brothers and sisters to focus and have a goal, and then have a plan. The plan is very important, and look for people who can help them to reach their goals, and look for funding. And I think the best way to do funding is organize with your community some event, go to the right person who can help you with a grant, and also make sure that the money you have go to the people who deserve it. For example, for my academy in Senegal and in South Africa, I was helping from my own, and then I have some educator that helps them for after school program, buy some soccer balls, some jerseys, soccer shoes, so they organize and play some tournament, and then with that we're building, and then the goal is in few years to have in all the big cities all over Africa, and to help the youth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next up we have Khadija Kamara. Khadija Kamara, according to your bio, you've been working with women, you've been working with young girls, providing them sanitary pad. Would you want to talk about intergenerational poverty and your work with those people?
Yes. Thank you for that question. I think it's important to note that...
Can you just flip your mic?
Okay, can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
good. I think it's important to note that intergenerational poverty is often cyclical, meaning that it repeats, right? And not only that it repeats, but it repeats for generations. And it's important that we address it, but that's what's so beautiful about the private sector. It creates jobs, right? Us, we're all entrepreneurs, but also creating jobs so people that are employed can feed their families, can put their children in school and things of that sort. So I think intergenerational poverty is something that is a main thing that entrepreneurship is addressing. So those are my major thoughts in terms of that.
So according to statistics, if I'm right, we have like 10 million probably graduate every year, and out of those 10 million graduates, we have like 20% of those people who are having jobs opportunity, and the rest are just roaming about without no job. What would be your advice to address those challenges?
Yeah, so actually public-private partnerships, I believe, are a huge key, a huge driver in terms of driving change in the job market. So I feel as though as private sector leaders, we can create jobs. That way that when people graduate, they actually can work in those fields. And another problem, even when people are employed, for example, in Sierra Leone, as you mentioned, we have a high unemployment rate for graduates. A lot of people don't get practical experience while they're learning. So if we can have internships that allow them to actually utilize their skills that they're learning, utilize their education, so that when they're in the job force, they're ready to go. So that's something that I would advise. In terms of women, for example, what I do with Central Salon, I have a brand called Central Salon. We make African print fashion products, and we export to the US largely. We have to train these women to make the products. And it can be challenging, right? A lot of people aren't good teachers, let's be honest. It can be difficult, but having the patience to teach, the dedication. And I think for entrepreneurship, a major thing when we talk about intergenerational poverty is thinking, what's the greater scheme? Like, what's the point of this? What's the impact? So it's not just, hey, I'm making clothes, I'm making bags. I'm impacting lives, I'm helping families, I'm decreasing generational poverty.
Thank you so much. Let's give it up for her. So, yes, Emmanuel. So from your bio, we know that you are an expert in what you do. I want you to share to people, how did you launch your business, and what strategy did you use to get funding from investors, if applicable?
Okay, I think that's a very good question. I don't know if my voice sounds good or there's an echo is good. Okay, so my background has been always on entrepreneurship. Well, I didn't start as an entrepreneur right away. I did go through the corporate job, but I think my answer will go mostly with what you just said, like, especially about the question about the unemployment rate, especially in Africa. Well, I think that was one of the things that really encouraged me to start my own business. Like I didn't really find like different opportunities. I don't know why is this. I don't know if my phone is close to here. That's why it's giving the echo. I think it's much better right now. Okay. Yes. So maybe my voice is just too loud. Yes. So what I can say on that one is based on the experience that I have on my bio. The only thing that really pushes me, like to start a business was mostly I really wanted to give back to the community by empowering, because I did not start a business for the money, but I wanted to start a business so I can create a platform where other people can benefit from. One thing that I've learned in business, I'm not sure what is giving this. I think it's good right now. Yeah. So one thing that I can say through my mentors, what I've learned is when you create a great platform or you have a good product, money will follow you. But if you start something for the money, whenever you're not getting what you're looking for, you're just gonna give up. So I think that was one of the things that motivated me to keep on pushing for the community, for people to continue to get great staff empowerment. When it comes to funding, I would say it wasn't easy at the beginning, but I think through mentorship is extremely important. Going to people that have done it before, because there is nothing in this world that you say of course you can create something, but most of the stuff, the idea was already created by someone. So since the idea was already there, you just have to follow the path, or you just have to follow someone who have done it before, so you can really get where you want to get. Especially on the funding level, I had the opportunity to have some great mentors from the Small Business Administration in Texas. They really helped me a lot. And then the SBA, most of the time, they provide a lot of material for people to come and learn and know how to get the money. It's like a banker is telling you, for you to come and get a loan from the bank, you have to do this, you have to do that. But the only problem, there is no education in most of our community or young entrepreneurs. They want to do things by their own. But whenever you get someone, or you surround yourself with great mind, and because I can say in this room, we have some great man, great man sitting here. Yeah. So I think this is the environment you can come and tap into, so you can especially on the fundraising for the business, to really grow the company. So overall, basically to summarize everything, is just about funding your way through great mentors, surround yourself with great people, and being passionate about what you're doing, because that was one of the drive that helped me to build this business.
Okay, thank you so much.
La modératrice a demandé au PDG, M. Emmanuel, comment il a fait pour arriver à ce statut. Il a dit qu'il était passionné. Le but d'avoir créé ce projet, ce n'était pas d'argent. C'était de créer des plateformes où il pouvait avoir les meilleurs produits. Et quand vous avez les meilleurs produits sur votre plateforme, ça peut générer de l'argent. Je vais prendre peut-être le cas d'Amazon. Et ensuite, il a dit certains Africains ne lisent pas beaucoup, parce qu'il y a un site internet qu'on appelle le SBA du gouvernement américain, où vous pouvez aller là-bas prendre et vous pouvez obtenir les fonds. Vous n'avez pas besoin d'aller à la banque. Et je pense que sur ce website, le taux d'intérêt est faible. Les dernières recommandations qu'il a dit, il faut avoir d'abord la passion, il faut être entouré des meilleurs mentors, des meilleures personnes, peut-être d'autres PDG qui ont reçu dans le domaine, qui peuvent vous donner des conseils, comment vous pouvez arriver à vos objectifs. Donc c'est ce que je peux vous dire concernant ce que Manuel a dit précédemment. Merci.
Okay, so thank you. Emmanuel, one last question before I go to Million. So funding is really, really important. It's very key to everything. We're here because there was funding to facilitate few things, like the breakfast, the lunch we're gonna have. So it's really, really key. And most of young people who are just probably graduate and they don't have the expertise there about how to go to mobilize resources, what would be your advice to them? Because I know you have people that were there to support you financially to even reach this far. So what would be your advice to them? Like what can they do, to be able to mobilize resources, in terms of their entrepreneurship journey?
Okay, I think that goes back to mentorship. And education. But for one thing about entrepreneurship, they can teach you as much as they can, but I think you have to go into the field so you can understand a few stuff. So as you said, like funding is like oxygen, Funding is, let me just check this one. Yeah. Funding is oxygen. Oh no, I think I'm putting it wrong. That's why it's only me. Okay. Okay. I think it's much better, right? It's better? Okay. Yeah, thank you. All right. So funding is like the oxygen, like, in the life of a business. If you don't have funding, you're going to suffocate. You're going to suffocate. You're going to lose because, if there is no energy, there is no way to survive. So that was one of the things that I really worked hard to find a way on doing it right. So, but it was just through mentorship and education, and so many people are finding it difficult because, as I said before, they're not really surrounding themselves with great people around them, and they're not putting also on the work. This guy, I think, is a very popular. Businessman, Grant Cardone. In one of the videos, he said, if you don't have money, you need to have energy. If you have money, you can use other people to do the work for you. But if you do not have the money, you need to have the energy. And then when I'm talking about energy, it's about going out. It's about finding your way on meeting new people. It's about exposing yourself, selling your business, creating a great product, because so many people are just waiting for the money to create a product. A product, you don't just have to wait for the funding to create something great. You can start somewhere, but you have to show your idea to the people that can really help you to, So on my side, I think at the beginning, which was difficult, but what I can advise to, the young entrepreneurs that are just starting out, is just to have a lot of energy, to surround themselves with great people. And now we have the internet. Is extremely easy compared to the people that have been doing business back in the days where they did not really have access to the internet. Now Google and YouTube are universities now. You can learn pretty much anything. You can see pretty much anything. They are such this type of events are organized almost every week, like on entrepreneurship, on investment, or just meetups for networking. So I think those are the type of places they have to really hang out a lot, so they can meet great people to help them achieve whatever they want to do. Is as you said, to host such an event require financing, some funding. So it should just through networking, through basically the energy that I have, and of my team as well. That's why we managed to get some great supporters, some great sponsors to believe in our vision, so they can. And those are the people that help us to make this thing, to put this event possible.
Okay.
On a demandé à M. Emmanuel comment il a fait pour avoir les fonds. Il a donné l'adage suivant les fonds sont l'oxygène dans l'entrepreneuriat. C'est ça où il y a la plus grande difficulté. Il a dit qu'il faut toujours s'entourer des grandes personnalités. Créer, même si vous n'avez pas d'argent, vous pouvez créer un produit de qualité où vous pouvez proposer aux gens et ces gens peuvent financer votre projet ou votre produit. S'entourer des grands, s'entourer toujours des mentors. Merci.
Thank you. So since we're now on the internet age, talking about technology, I would want Million to answer this question. So why do you think leveraging technology and innovation play a crucial role in enhancing resilience growth?
Okay, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes? All right. I think leveraging technology allows us to solve the complex issues of Africa more creatively and have a scalable solution that can be applicable to all of Africa. In terms of, let's say, the financial sector, the company I founded a few years ago, we work primarily with organizations in Africa, and we have a talent pool in Africa. But now we're creating software for the African continent, specifically in fintech. We have a product that's launching in February. So I think driving innovation into key sectors will help us alleviate Africa from what you mentioned earlier, intergenerational poverty. I actually wanted to touch up on that a little bit as well, because Khadija said it's cyclical, and that's true. It is a perpetuating cycle of poverty. I think that can be mitigated if we invest in key sectors. Like, one of the things that we're doing is making sure that we can actually create end products within Africa, so we're not exporting raw material and buying back end products at 400 times the markup, for example, right? And technology can help us get that done, and then technology transfer within Africa will promote intercontinental trade, so we're not dependent on these Western powers. I think implementing strategies like that will alleviate us from intergenerational poverty, and I think all of that will be amalgamated for a better Africa. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think the young people are really utilizing technological spaces?
As to their ability, yes. I mean, as we all know, Africa is limited in internet infrastructure and even electricity, right? So unless we have those things crossed off, we can't really take advantage of the technology that's to come, and let alone what's already here now. So I think driving innovation towards internet infrastructure and electricity will give us the foundation to actually allow for those innovations to thrive, right? So no, I don't think we're leveraging technology, but with our limited ability, I think we're doing the best we can. But there is still room for growth, of course.
All right, thank you so much.
Le PDG, Monsieur Million Zeleke, on lui a posé la question suivante: quelle est l'importance de l'innovation et de la technologie pour l'Afrique? Ces deux éléments sont très importants parce que ça permet de résoudre des problèmes complexes en Afrique, comme la création des logiciels. Et de nos jours, nous avons, il a parlé de fintech, c'est la technologie financière. Dans la technologie financière, vous pouvez développer les applications. Vous pouvez regarder comme il y a peut-être, je ne sais pas, Zelle, Cash App, on utilise la technologie financière. Il a aussi dit, l'élément important pour l'innovation, c'est l'électricité. C'est à base de l'électricité qu'on peut commencer à faire la fondation pour le développement de l'Afrique. Merci.
Okay, thank you. So this question is for all of you. We want to know, how does your business collaborate with other companies and organization or institution? Just tell us, how does your business or your organization collaborate with other people or companies?
Well, I think I'll go first on that one. I'll start with Awakening, because we collaborate with a lot of companies, because we started as, if I think on my bio you saw my background is mostly on marketing and creative. So basically my background is mostly as a graphic designer, graphic and web designer. So we help companies build their branding.
Okay.
Because I think branding is very important in today's days, for you to be able to, because people buys the brand. You know, you can do the same design as Adidas, but if you need, like, basically your brand is just a manual, and then there's Adidas, even if the design is the same, people are going to buy Adidas.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing that we basically we specialize in our company, Awakening. So we collaborate with a lot of companies to help them brand their business, and then through also this platform of connecting small business owners together, we keep on pushing to leverage the resources that we have, and by getting also more partners, so we can help other people, as you say, to grow and to scale their businesses. So I think that's the way we as Awakening we collaborate with other companies.
All right. Yes. Who else want to go?
And for my foundation, I'm collaborating with the UN because it's part of the SDG for education, well-being, and sport and youth empowerment. So what I think is very fundamental is like the education of youth, because without education, you cannot really do anything. And if you see countries like China, India, they invest a lot in education, and now they're growing so fast. And I remember last year it was a governor from Kansas City. He mentioned that in his state many students were leaving to go to a state like New York, LA, and then they invest more in education. So now they all after they graduate, they stay there, they have good job, and now more people they go to Kansas now because they find now that they have good jobs. So I think that's what we have lack of in Africa. Our leaders, they don't invest enough in education, and I think it is very important.
All right, thank you.
You want to go?
Okay, yes. So to have a successful business in Africa, in Sierra Leone, you inevitably will collaborate. When you talk about funding, you're going to collaborate. So I do collaborate, to fund my business and actually to really understand the local context, collaborating with other researchers, other designers, local tailor people to understand what do people want, because us in this room, that I'm assuming a lot of us might be based here, even if you are Sierra Leonean, you're Cameroonian, when you go back, you have a different lens. So then when you collaborate with local stakeholders, you can understand the context in that moment, in real time. Just that way, you can better shape your ideas and make it more applicable. So when you talk about strategy, right, even if you have people that you're hiring, you can understand, okay, how can I best operate? How can I best strategize so that we can be successful? Because sometimes even the way that you say things may not be understood or executed in the way that you're imagining. And that's another thing of local context, right? It's not just about language, it's about understanding the context. But in terms of funding partnerships, I actually got a really great idea from someone I met at a conference before I started my business. And she said, you know what you should do? You should actually take pre-orders. And that honestly changed my business. So I just had a prototype of each product and I took pre-orders, and that gave me capital to actually produce my products. So when we talk about partnerships, I think a lot of times it can look really big. It can look like institutions, organizations, but it can also be like your mom or your friend or somebody met at a conference giving you an idea. So I'd also say, in terms of partnerships, in this room, we don't even know how many partnerships may be born. So definitely just putting your business idea out there or your interest out there and seeing what other people may be thinking of that may help you or you can help them. But I think partnerships can look different.
All right.
Yes, I agree completely. And in terms of our business, we do a lot of growth advisory to a lot of firms that come to us. If we can't invest in them directly, we match make, specific business to a specific financier. So that's some sort of partnerships that we do, unless we're getting, directly involved either with staffing or, growth advisory, specifically on the financial side. That's one of the things that we offer. And she brought up something great, specifically on, mentorship and essentially going to an event and then meeting someone and then them just giving you an idea. It may not be money or whatever that they're giving you, but just that insight can help elevate your business, like she was saying. So that's also another facet that we can look into Yeah.
Concernant la collaboration et les partenaires, le premier élément, c'est l'éducation. Si vous regardez la Chine, la Russie, ils investissent plus sur l'éducation. Le deuxième élément, c'est aider les entreprises à faire avoir leur propre marque. Quand vous aidez les entreprises à avoir leur propre marque, vous développez de nouveaux partenariats et vous serez reconnu. Donc, et ainsi, on peut vous recommander à n'importe quel niveau. Le troisième élément, vous pouvez essayer de prendre les commandes à l'avance. Généralement, si vous n'avez pas de fonds, vous essayez de prendre les commandes à l'avance, ce qui peut générer les fonds. Vous achetez et vous pouvez dégager des marges. Le dernier élément, quand vous pouvez connecter si vous pouvez connecter ces entrepreneurs avec d'autres personnes que avec d'autres entreprises dont vous êtes au milieu comme un intermédiaire. Merci.
Okay, thank you so much. We've heard our panelists. We've talked about collaboration. We've talked about how they can get funding. We've talked about nice things. But my pastor used to say, if there is going to be a mentor for me, that mentor must have wealth of experience, challenges that he or she has faced, and be able to tell me that the road is not a smooth road, it's not a smooth ride. You're going to be expecting a bumpy ride sometimes. And so we would want to know the challenges that you have faced and how you've been able to tackle them, because I know there are young people watching online who would want to know that you all are very successful in your businesses, in your organizations. So I am definitely sure, because I have a young girls-led organization.
I was in between of like, okay, do I go back to that life or do I excel and try something new, go into these rooms, network, etc. So that in between is a very challenging position to be in, because you're kind of lost at some points, right? You're like, okay, well, who do I speak with? And that's why having mentors that have done what you're trying to do is very important, because they'll help you in those situations. Another challenge, like I previously mentioned, is you won't see the fruits in the beginning, at least in my case, right? I mean, every business is different, but when you're going on a path that only you can see, chances are you're not going to make money in your first 3 months or 6 months or a year. But you need to stay in that and, of course, put all your energy towards it and hope for the best, but don't ever get discouraged, because there's a lot of people that started something and just gave up right before they made it through.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that I'll say in my personal experience. Having that determination is what led me to be here speaking to you all. So yeah.
That's pretty much amazing. Yeah.
Okay. Le CEO, Monsieur Million Zeleke, il a dit, au début c'est pas facile, parce que vous pouvez être découragé à certains mois où vous n'aurez pas de revenus. Les gens aux alentours de vous peuvent vous décourager. Et parce que vous perdez votre temps et vous n'avez pas de revenus, donc il faut toujours persister parce que entre le premier mois ou jusqu'au 12e mois, vous ne pouvez pas générer des revenus. Généralement, il faut persister. La seconde année, vous pouvez générer les revenus. C'est ça aussi le rôle d'un entrepreneur. Être patient et donner de son temps. Merci.
I think I can add something on that because I think that's one of my favorite topics, like especially the challenges. I love that because I live in that.
Yeah.
I know someone that's up there is laughing because he knows, like, you know, I live in, like, you know, challenges because as an entrepreneur, we create solutions, right? So the only thing that is kind of misleading a lot of people to become entrepreneurs, because I think I saw a boom of entrepreneurship. Well, that's my opinion, but like during COVID and after COVID, almost everybody wanted to be called a CEO. So those people, seriously, those people did not last even 6 months.
Yeah.
You know, because if you check nowadays on YouTube, on social medias, most of those so-called entrepreneurs, they will make a video in front of a Lamborghini, in front of a private jet, trying to tell you, like, you know, if you buy my course, like, you know, in 30 days you're going to become a millionaire. Just like me, you're going to be able to travel in this type of thing. But that's a big lie. They don't really prepare those people in the challenges. To be a great entrepreneur, you need to be able, it's like they're sending you to the field, you go to war, and you find yourself, you have no munition, you in the middle of nowhere, but you have to survive and go back to your country. So that's entrepreneurship. It's like, I think I remember there was one general. They was trying to go. I think the name is a story of a great kingdom, like, you know, long time ago. So they were going to war, and he ordered all his soldiers to get in the boat. You know, that was all like, you know, long time ago. So they went to the other reef, like, you know, of the water. Once they got there, the general ordered for the soldier to burn everything. So the soldier were like, how are we gonna go back? And it was like, the reason why I ask you to do that is gonna give you the confidence, or it's gonna give you, like, basically energy to fight harder. Because, you know, the only way for us to go back home, we have to conquer this place. So we conquer this place, we take our their stuff, and we're going to go. But if we don't conquer, we're gonna die here. So the mentality is kind of different. So when I started also, like, you know, I remember I quit my job in 2018 to start Awakening. When I quit my job, I only had $7,000 in my bank account. Like, that was my savings, like, you know, for my work of, like, you know, for 4 years I was working hard because I was trying, like, I was thinking I would save up to 100,000, but I ended up having only $7,000 in savings. So yeah, it was really tough. It was really tough, but I think that was one of the things that empowered me or encouraged me to work harder, because I knew if I don't work harder, I'm not going to get the money to pay the rent or to pay my bills. So going through the challenges, I think patience is number one. We really need, like, you know, especially mentors, great mentors. And because I see some great people here, they're very successful in what they do. It's always better to encourage young people, because entrepreneurship is the what? Entrepreneurship is the future of the economy of every country. So is to emphasize on that, like, you need to be persistent. You have to know all the challenges, the roadblocks that you're going to encounter, like, you know, whenever you're going through your road, because it's not going to be easy. So on my side, patience, like, you know, networking, meeting people, we believe in our visions, supporting, like, you know, but the challenges are still a lot, because I love talking about challenges, because we as entrepreneurs will solve problem. And as Mr. Zelek just said it, like, it's a very lonely, you know, journey. You're going to find yourself, like, you know, by yourself, trying to find solutions while other people don't really believe in you, or they don't really see what is coming through to you. You can do 12 months, 1 to 3 months, and that's true. Like, you know, you can do 3 or 4 months without making any revenue, and it's hard. And then so many people around you can tempt you, like, man, why don't you just get a job?
Yeah.
You know, why don't you just get a job so you can be out of this problem? But, you know, when you're trying to build something great, you need to go all in. Well, of course, you can get a job maybe, but it's part of the challenges, you know, like, you're not sleeping because you have to manage like a job and like what you're trying to build. So I think like patience, persistence is something that can really help entrepreneurs to tackle all those challenges. And as I said before, if you start your business for the money, you always give up quickly. As those people that wanted to be called CEO after 2020, after the COVID, just disappear because they just realized, okay, I thought maybe if I came here, I would start getting like a lot of money every month, but you go for the first month, no money. Second month, no money. Third month, no money. And then you'll be like, what's going on? Okay, let me just go back to my work.
That's the irony.
So yeah, I feel like education, preparation, mentorship can really help like entrepreneurs to tackle those challenges. Yeah.
That's a very good one. I think you've highlighted the qualities that we need to push through entrepreneurship journey. You're talking about mentorship. I love to take biblical reference like Jesus, because I'm a Christian. He died for us, and he had to go through mentorship for 18 years because we know about Jesus when he was 12 years old, but everything just went cool until he was 33. So it's literally telling us that each and every one of us has to go through mentorship, proper tutorship, and that's the way we can sail through a journey. So I think that is one key thing that I am going to take from here. Thank you so much. So yeah.
Ok, Monsieur Emmanuel, le PDG Monsieur Emmanuel a partagé son expérience face aux différents challenges qu'il a eu. En 2018, il a quitté son boulot avec $7,000 dans son compte d'épargne. Donc, parce que la seule solution pour faire cela, parfois, quand vous gardez toujours votre boulot, vous avez toujours tendance à rentrer. Parce que parfois, ça serait difficile. Vous aurez le loyer à payer, les factures à payer. Ensuite, il a encore réitéré. Quand on fait un business, ce n'est pas pour avoir l'argent. Il faut le faire par passion. Parce que durant la pandémie, tout le monde voulait être appelé PDG. 6 mois après la pandémie, ils ont disparu de la circulation. Merci.
So we have 2 more speakers. Yeah.
So I totally agree with Emmanuel that without challenge, there's no success. And also, you have to believe to yourself and have a planning. And I think like have a target is better than just like being too speed. Okay. You have to have a goal, a 5-year goal and 10 years goal, and do things with passion. You want to do it to impact, to influence, or to empower, but not just do it for money. Because when you have a great product, you're gonna have investors. They will come in, partner they will come in, and everybody want to join you. So you have to have a target and then work through your goal and then make it happen.
Yeah, that's really true, because I am a vivid example. When I started my NGO, people see it as fun. We're like, you girl, you're not going anywhere. But I started doing engagements, and successfully 2022, I was part of the young women that engaged parliamentarians to, enact the gender bill that give women 30% representation in parliament. And I've gone to different spaces, but the motive is not for money, but it comes eventually because you're passionate about what you're doing. So your goal is to inspire, passionate about your work. Most definitely you utilize benefits that comes through it. Sure.
Monsieur Bay, il a dit, sans challenge, il n'y a pas de succès. Dans l'entrepreneuriat, il faut toujours avoir la passion. Pas pour avoir de l'argent. Quand vous avez la passion, vous réussirez et ça va vous permettre d'avoir des nouveaux partenaires dans votre business. Merci.
Just to add up on something, let no mistaken that of course you need to have passion, but the business has to generate revenue, because that's the only way the business can sustain. But when I'm insisting on passion is because when things get tough, that's where your passion is gonna come in. Like, okay, you know what, I have to find a solution. But other people, when things get tough, they just give up. As you just said, Sazaleke, like so many people give up just by the moment they're about to boom,
sure.
And then they just give up because things are getting really tough.
My brother, I totally agree, but I think that you should have a purpose also for business. The passion is there, but you want to accomplish something. You want to like impact, make a difference, or use the income you have to help others, or to be a role model for others, but not just for the revenues. Because if you just go for the revenues, most of the time you don't success because not any revenue is enough.
Yeah.
But you have to want to do it for a purpose.
Yeah.
I think we can't talk about patience without talking about adaptability, especially when we talk about doing business in Africa or Sierra Leone to be specific. Sometimes, especially since I work with people who create products or provide a service, sometimes they'll be like, hey, we can't come to the shop today. Well, why? Oh, there's a protest tomorrow. And unfortunately, sometimes that can mean violence. For some people, that can mean loss of life. So that can also interfere with business, right? So understanding, hey, I have to be adaptable in the face of challenges, and giving or adapting your timeline, giving space to your timeline to accommodate those local challenges. Another challenge that I have is that, you know, we are creating a product, but again, there's local challenges like health, for example. People get sick, right? We know malaria is still rampant. Although there's a vaccine, it's still abundant. Typhoid, cholera, those are things that affect our productivity and therefore having impact on our industry, right? Both public and private sector. Another challenge that I have as an exporter is the cost of exporting products from Africa, right? I'm a huge proponent of Made in Africa products, but Made in Africa products are very expensive to ship, which is something that has to be worked out in terms of U.S.-Africa relations. In fact, currently we air freight, right? So for a small box like this, you can spend something like $600. So as you can imagine, that does a lot in terms of reducing the profit margin. And it's funny, I was talking to a DHL representative and he was like, you know, if this box was coming from Europe, it would cost half as much. And it's like, wow, you know, it's not as, like the main problem is that exporting is hard, right? Yeah. And we don't export because we don't export. So if people like me stop exporting and the few other exporters stop exporting, it's just going to become more expensive. So in the face of that challenge, we really should just keep pushing on, but also need to push for advocacy, right? Advocating for greater terms, better terms in terms of our shipping, and really establishing the importance of Made in Africa products so that we can negotiate better terms and therefore spread our products throughout the globe.
Yeah, I agree completely on the adaptability, because most times in business, you have to be willing to pivot, you know, whether it's geopolitics or whatever the case may be, the market, stuff, you know, all these different factors. You can't be discouraged by one specific event. You have to be able to adapt and pivot. Okay, this doesn't work, so what can I do to go around this problem? So I agree completely on that one.
Ok, les différences, ils ont partagé leurs expériences. Il n'y a pas seulement la passion. Il faut aussi apporter l'impact dans la communauté. Parfois, il faut s'adapter. Ça dépend aussi des politiques mises en place et de la situation du marché. Et la dame, elle a pris le cas des frais d'exportation des produits de l'Afrique pour les États-Unis. Ça coûte extrêmement cher, ce qui fait que ça diminue la marge ou le bénéfice pour l'entrepreneur. Et il y a tellement de difficultés dans l'exportation. Merci.
Okay, thank you so much. We're almost coming to the conclusion of this panel discussion. But before we have our audience to ask questions, would you want to just respond to this and then give your final word? How can youth and the private sector contribute to national development, and what is your commitment to empowering young people?
For me, I mentioned education. I think it is a fundamental part of it, because if you have the good education about entrepreneurship and a good education in the market, like some curriculum like technology and science, where that can help you grow and then, you know, have great income, and also to help your people, help your environment. I think that's very important.
Yeah, I agree completely with that one. And I think to take it a step further, of course, education is important, specifically in STEM, but I think we need to have implementation pipelines into the job force within Africa, from education to job force, so we can keep the talent within Africa. For example, I'm foreign, born in Ethiopia, and I live here now. So, you know, there's so many more examples like me where we're born in Africa, but we come here, we take advantage of the education system, but we benefit this country for the most part. And I think there's a big brain drain in Africa. So I think to mitigate that, we need to have the education sector boosted, and also have implementation pipelines into key sectors within the public and private sectors in Africa. I think that will be that would be great for the continent as a whole.
I think the youth has such a role in unlocking the potential that our continent has. I believe that the average age in the continent is 19, right? And it's just booming in terms of the youth. And I believe something that's really important is that we have such a large youth population that's not only a large workforce, right? Like as we've seen in China, but also a really huge market that needs to be served. And it's just growing. So any investor, any business person who's really looking to make dividends would be investing on the continent right now. So really recognizing that power is important. I think it's also really important that we have role models. I think a lot of people, for example, may think, I need this, I need that. But sometimes you just need to start, you know, and I really believe that we have a generation of leaders that are arising. People like Million. I don't know anybody like Million and Liziana who can network. You know, these are leaders. We have leaders in this room, and each one of us, we have that responsibility to see the betterment of our continent in our own way. That doesn't mean everyone has to move back, but in some way, I believe that we all need to contribute to national development. I think it's quite frankly annoying to hear many people complain about, you know, Sierra Leone, complain about Africa as if it's some wasteland, and it's like, but what are you doing, right? Because each of our individual steps, each of our individual contributions adds up and leads to massive change. So I really would encourage each and every one of us to be that change. You know, even if you don't want to do it, maybe if you can even provide mentorship for somebody, right? Give somebody ideas, help them. Just believing in somebody can create a big difference on the continent. So really, that's really what I believe. I believe that Africa's rising, Africa's risen, and it's unlocking.
Incredibly amazing. Yeah, do you want to interpret?
I think I can just add up something, so you can just, you know, put everything together in French. So basically, education and mentorship, I think, is like, you know, almost like the foundation of everything for the youth. Especially, like, you know, when you have great mentors, you have access to good education. It's gonna help you to build a solid foundation for you to go and grow successfully in whatever you're trying to do. And at the same time, basically, I would say what you just said about believing in other people's, like, you know, you have to, I think I'm still coming back to the surround yourself with the great minds, because great minds will believe in what you do, and they will understand it takes time. You know, it takes time, and then whenever you have those type of people around you, that can really motivate you to, like, you know, grow and do whatever you're trying to do. And then I remember one just say, like, you know, basically they say in French, where, like, from where I'm coming from, it says like the person who invited like the plane, they say if he, like, you know, he did not believe in himself first of all, or if he didn't have people that believe in his vision, he wouldn't do, like, you know, because that was impossible for someone to believe. How are you going to get something so heavy and big to fly for over 5 or 10 hours? That was just impossible. But the person who had the idea, I think he believed in the idea that was possible, And then I think he surrounded himself with the people that really believe what he's trying to do is going to come to pass. So I think that's one of the things that helped him to succeed in whatever he was doing. So I think it's the same thing with us. Having people that believe in you, having access to great mentorship, like mentors and education, can really help you go a long way.
Yes, Emmanuel, don't you think the older generation has a negative stereotype about young people?
No.
Well, that can be true. And at the same time, that's even the reason why we're coming in this type of places. So we can try to find a way on fixing this type of issues. So we can create, like, basically a trust environment where people can really collaborate and exchange ideas so we can grow together.
Thank you.
Pour faire face à tous ces problèmes en Afrique, nous avons besoin d'éduquer les jeunes dans le domaine de la technologie, des sciences et de l'entrepreneuriat. Pas seulement cela, il y a des jeunes, des étudiants et ceux qui, il faut débloquer les compétences de ces jeunes-là. Ils doivent aussi avoir des modèles. Leur donner des idées. Et si vous ne pouvez pas leur donner les idées, vous pouvez être leur mentor. Le CEO, M. Emmanuel, a pris le cas de l'inventeur de l'avion. Parce que c'était impossible de concevoir un avion avec le poids de l'avion et qui devait voler pendant 10 heures. Il fallait qu'il soit d'abord passionné par sa vision. Il fallait qu'il devait aussi être entouré des gens qui croyaient en lui. Parce qu'il faut toujours s'entourer des gens que malgré le fait que vous avez des difficultés, ils sont toujours là pour vous encourager. Merci.
Thank you so much. Please, let's give it up for our incredible panelists. They have done justice to this discussion. So before we get to our seats, if you have any question, you can please direct it to the panelists and they can give you answers. Any question? Okay.
Yeah, what do you see as the lower hanging fruit in terms of investment in Africa? And then I see we have representatives of embassies represented here. How do you conceive working in public-private partnerships, and how do you navigate that in collaboration with African governments?
I would like to take your first question because that is the question I have in heart, because the example of the Chinese, they come to Africa, they don't share their technology, and unfortunately our leader there, they don't have strong policies. So they come, they don't treat us the way they're supposed to treat us. You see some youth, sometimes they have two masters, but they don't have job, but the Chinese, they come and take advantage of them. And they come bring their technology, they don't share it with them. And then also they pay them like so bad, they don't treat them, they don't use all the human right fact for an employee to an employer to an employee. And so that have to be changed. And also I spoke to my brother from Ethiopia earlier that we have all the natural resources in Africa. For example, in Cote d'Ivoire, they have the chocolate, and I mean in Ghana also they have the chocolate, and they have cafe in Ethiopia. They take it to Europe because they have the industry there, and they come back and sell it to us like 1,000 times the price they get it from us. Look at the example of Niger. They have the uranium, but 70% of their population, they don't have electricity. So most of the uranium, they go to Europe and they buy like nothing, you know. So the narrative have to be changed. I think our leaders should have strong policies to help our countries. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to add up on that actually. I think the PR, the public relations around Africa needs to change. I think that should be what we should focus on, at least in the beginning, because all these financiers, all these firms overseas, they deemed Africa as risky, and they say, oh, don't go there, you won't get your money back. Oh, don't go there, people die there, right? Sure, those things do happen, but they happen everywhere. So I think that notion of Africa being the scary place that you shouldn't go to. Once that changes, then now open up the floodgates to all these different financiers to come in and invest in key sectors like infrastructure, education, energy. I think if we work on the PR of Africa first, then everything else will follow suit afterwards. That's just my opinion.
In terms of low-hanging fruit, I really believe that agriculture paired with manufacturing would be our industrial revolution. As I mentioned earlier, there's a huge population that just keeps growing that needs to be fed. And in Sierra Leone, we recently launched an initiative called Feed Salon, which is basically saying, hey, we import a lot. Let's try to sustain ourselves. And that can grow right into exporting into other countries. But I think Africa needs to be self-sufficient in terms of fish, for example. We're having overfishing by Chinese and Japanese governments in Sierra Leone. So we need to enact policies that protect us so that we can feed ourselves. And also really regulating what types of products come into the country. Not the best quality, for example, chicken that comes from some European countries. That chicken isn't always the best quality. It's often chicken that's lost nutritional value, hasn't been refrigerated properly, and is brought to feed our people. So really, you are what you eat, right? So what are we eating, and how can we self-sustain? So that's something that I believe. And then in terms of private-public partnerships, showing up to events like these, as we mentioned, like collaboration, having conversation, discussions, that's really how you start to get in. I mean, we've seen that we have a lot of different people from different embassies here. We have lots of people in business, and just talking to people genuinely is a really good way of establishing partnerships for your business or ideas and getting onto different projects. In fact, somebody that I met in Sierra Leone, just by talking to her and meeting her through a friend, actually has become a minister. You know, so knowing that it's not just who people are today, it's also about who people are tomorrow. You know, as I mentioned, Million and Liziana and myself, I'm pretty sure, you know, we're in the next wave, so treat us nicely, you know.
And I think I'm gonna head up on something on that. I think I will just head up on like what Millions and you just said is about PR and basically all the policies that, like, you know, our government, like, you know, are putting together. I always like to really stay out of politics, but I think that's something very important that is impacting, like, you know, especially investors trying to go to Africa, because there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of opportunities in Africa. And I remember one of, like, you know, the former president, President Donald Trump just said, I have a lot of friends that went to Africa with maybe $1 million and they come back billionaires. Because Africa is empty. Like, there is so many places, but I think because of the PR, the public relation, that's the thing that showcase like what you guys have. That's why you will see America, even for the Super Bowl or to do something, they put crazy amount of budget for marketing just to show you, come to America, come to America. When you come to America, you're gonna get this, you're gonna get that. But I think it's one of the things that is lacking in Africa, like, you know, to do like a great public relations so they can really attract investors, because there is a lot of return. There's a lot of return, even with, like, you know, with a low investment, you can still get something. So just imagine going with like the full potential of, like, you know, of great investment, how big the return is going to be. But I'm pretty sure with, like, you know, the policies that our leaders are putting together, that will be also one of the things that can really help on, like, you know, attracting investors, showing them, like, you know, the type of returns they're going to get. So I think that's why we have representatives of different embassies. Those are the guys that can really help you with, like, you know, those type of questions as well, or, like, you know, answering, like, you know, the way of going through those countries. Yeah.
And also, if I can add just one more, I think it's up to us now to change that narrative, because what I'm thinking, our leaders, I don't know if they were sleeping, but now with the new generation, we work in the biggest institution in the world. We went to higher education. We know what's going on now, and now with the new technology, we can change things around. And I think the best way to change things is like to think about our people first. Before you sign a contract, think about how they're going to benefit your people. And the contract have to be win-win, not like 90, 10%, like the way it used to be 90 for the Western and 10% for the country. So we have to think about our people first before we think about others. Thank you.
And sorry, one last thing. And not just about the contracts that you're signing today, but what do those contracts have, like in terms of implications for the next 20, 30 years? Because we're signing deals today that are ruining generations. So that's something that we have to be mindful of.
And I think that's also one thing like I like about this generation, because we're shaking things. We have access to technology, and like, you know, most of our generation, well, we have to give it up to our parents because they gave everything like to send us in this type of countries to come and learn and use our knowledge to go back to, like, you know, the country to create, like, you know, some great like environment. Because, you know, the way our leaders used to, I can say, behave, like, you know, 20 or 30 years ago, it's a little bit difficult from now, because now they're thinking twice before they do anything. And it's because this generation is kind of like, you know, they're waking up, they really, and it's really good because it's helping the populations. It's helping the population to really do great. And if you go back in Africa right now, you will see is mostly the diaspora. Of course, people back there, they're doing great stuff as well, but the diaspora, they're coming up with, like, you know, great initiative. They're coming up with, like, you know, because here in America, we have access to funding, to be honest. Like, in Africa, people buy things cash most of the time. I would say 95% of the time, people buy things cash. But we use credit here. But you will see people that are creating great opportunities by getting the funding here to go invest in Africa. And that's even good for America, because when you have funding, the banks are getting their what? They're getting their interest, and that's is contributing to the economy of, like, you know, of America. And then at the same time, you're taking this funding, going to Africa, creating something great. So I love this generation. I'm really proud of you.
You better.
Yeah, no, same here. Just to add up on that, actually, there's a lot of finance here and in Europe, and specifically in the Arab countries as well. For example, we're working with a family office in Abu Dhabi. They're specifically looking to go into Africa and the infrastructure sector. So if anybody here from the embassies or private sector has projects that are ready to be funded, we can open those dialogues. And to add up on what you said, this is the generation that's going to make that pivot, right? And we have to move away from these extractive infrastructures that it's just a rail line that goes out of the country to the port so they can just get their natural resources. We need to be able to connect each other within the continent to promote intercontinental trade. I think once we start making moves like that, then we won't need the financing from Europe anymore, because we're working with each other, right? And we have digital currency that works within Africa that we can do, you know, trade across borders within Africa with each other. So we're not using SWIFT, the money goes to Europe, goes to here, and then goes back to the US, right? So once we start adopting technologies, like there's one called PAPS, the Pan-African Payment Service, that's something that's very interesting to look into. So once we start adopting these things, then I think we'll be better off. I think she has a question up there.
Would you want to hold on, please?
Pour le développement de l'Afrique, la clé, l'élément important, c'est les relations publiques. Quand on parle des relations publiques, on parle des lois. Et sur le continent, il y a des lois, mais elles ne sont pas appliquées. C'est ça qui fait. Ce sont ces lois qui font. Quand elles ne sont pas appliquées, ces lois font fuir les investisseurs parce qu'il n'y a pas de sécurité. Ils ont également aussi parlé des traités. Il ne faut plus les traités où les Occidentaux prennent 90% et nous les Africains nous prenons 10%. On va prendre le cas du cacao en Côte d'Ivoire. C'est pas normal qu'on produise, on cultive le cacao en Côte d'Ivoire et on exporte en France pour faire transformer. Le cas de l'uranium au Niger. L'uranium n'est pas transformé au Niger et c'est exporté vers la France, ce qui fait que il n'y a pas de le taux de chômage est très élevé, parce que si on transformait tous nos matières premières sur le continent, nous aurions un taux d'emploi très élevé et ça devait réduire le chômage.
Okay.
There's one thing I didn't hear spoken much of is the language aspect, because there's such a disadvantage if you compare French-speaking countries and English-speaking countries. English-speaking people and all these international chains are able to do some deals, to have some trade because of the language. But when you look at mainly French-speaking countries, there isn't really any collaboration going on. So what do you think about it? What has been your experience?
For me, it's not about the language, it's about our leaders. Our leaders they need to be strong and have strong policies. When you have strong policies, it doesn't matter what language you speak, you have to respect those policies. But they're not able to negotiate fairly with their other counter partner like the Western, because they come and impose, because they have the monetary. Like for example, I'm originally from Senegal. We use the franc CFA, and it was under the franc France, but now under the euro. So they kind of dictate us what they want to do. And now if you go, like my brothers say, have our own currency, we use the crypto. Maybe we can use that to exchange, so we don't need them anymore. We see Mali now, they're doing very well because they can have their independence. Burkina Faso, I think we have to follow that, because the real independence is like able to trade yourself. You don't need nobody to impose you, like if you don't do that, I don't give you money, I don't loan you. We have to believe ourselves. Africa, we have all the natural resources. We really don't need the Western to be where we're supposed to be. Thank you.
I think that's okay.
Concernant la question de la dame, le CEO il a dit ceci, le problème n'est pas au niveau du langage, c'est au niveau de nos leaders. Donc nous devons avoir des lois difficiles, parce qu'il a pris le cas peut-être du franc CFA. Pour pouvoir faire des opérations, on est toujours obligé de passer par la France. Nous devons utiliser peut-être la crypto-monnaie pour ne pas avoir des intermédiaires, parce que la France ou la banque française, elle est toujours intermédiaire et elle nous coupe les commissions. Donc si nous voulons acheter quelque chose peut-être au Sénégal ou dans un autre pays, on doit toujours utiliser une banque européenne, comme on peut utiliser le SWIFT. Avec la crypto-monnaie, nous n'avons pas besoin d'intermédiaires. Merci.
I'm so sorry. That's going to be the last question because we're out of time now and we're not taking questions anymore. I'm sorry. And I want you to put your hands together for our panelists. They have done great to add their voice to this conversation. Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here.
I think we can take a picture. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Take a good picture. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up one more time for our distinguished speakers and also our moderator. Thank you all so much for an incredibly enriching discussion. I think my biggest takeaway was understanding that the change that we're looking for in bridging the gap and making sure that the youth and the people, our beloved people back home, are empowered begins with us. We are the change that we're looking for, and it's beginning right here in this room. So there's been a slight change in our program, given that we started a bit late, and so we're running a little bit out of time. And so what we'll do is we're going to take a very short lunch break, which is a 15-minute lunch break. You all can go do bathroom break or grab something to eat real quick, and then we'll come back in this room at 2:20 p.m. to still make it on time for the panel, investment and trade panel at 2:25. So please be sure to be back in the room by 2:20. We have quick snacks that are being shared in the workshop room, the same room that had breakfast. So do not hesitate to take anything with you. We'll have the sponsor remarks at the end of our session. So instead of like having it before, we'll have sponsor remarks after. So I am taking instructions from the boss. We would like to actually have the sponsor remarks before we go for lunch. And so I will invite Glepi Foundation, and that is the CEO who is coming, Mr. Russell. Let's give it up for Mr. Russell, please.
That was fast. Okay. 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 Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. We good?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having you here. I was actually expecting to have the conversation later, but now that we are here, we should take advantage of it. My name is Russell Avery, and oh, are we coming up? Okay. There's going to be a presentation, on the screen, and because lunch is just around the corner, I do not want to stand between you and your lunch. So I'm going to be very, very fast. Is there going to be a French translation, or I just go?
Oh, I can help you.
Okay. I think you just summarize it. Perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, what you see here are not just toys. No. These are what we call tools for the next generation of African children. Tools for the next generation of African children. So our foundation is currently based in Cameroon and Nigeria, partnered with close to about 30 different schools, building ICT labs in those schools. So here in the United States, we call it maker spaces. In Africa, we call it problem spaces. We get kids together, we introduce them to robotics, AI, machine learning. We get them to explore what the kids here are exploring. The goal basically is to be able to accelerate that curiosity. You remember as a child, let me give you an example. When you were young, as a child, you used to explore, electronic gadgets like these. You explore electronic gadgets like these, motors, servos. You play with these things, but then the thing about this is it awakens something in you. Engineering, curiosity. For example, when I was younger, my brother and I would open the TV set back home to figure out what is really happening in our TV. Exactly. And then you get spanked, by your dad when he comes back and say, why, you just damaged our TV set. So what we are doing basically is we want an opportunity where children will be able to feel free to explore their curiosity in the safety of their friends, and they can learn together. So we actually have, our organization is focused on doing something like that. This is a 30-page slide. You are hungry, I'm not going to stand in your way. But what I'm going to do basically is just go next. Do I have a clicker, or we could just go through? Do you mind? Oh, beautiful. This was 300 baby kids. This was in Cameroon. We got women together. We part of IDPs. These were IDPs, internally displaced women. We gave them baby kits. This was about 3.5 years ago in Cameroon. We went into counseling, helping these women as a way to rebuild their self-worth. And then, voila, keep going. We went into empowerment. We taught them handy skills, how to sew, how to be able to make those kinds of bags, back in Cameroon. And let's keep going. And boom, we realized that, working with the women is not enough. We needed to focus also on the kids. And so we started a program called African Kids Can Code. Which are those pictures you see there? These are the kids. We've trained close to about 2,000 kids in Nigeria and Cameroon. We've taught them the basics of Scratch, Python, teaching them how to code. The goal is for them to be able to build games so that to awaken their curiosity. We want them to know, as an example, what is driving this. How does this work? We want the kids to be able to know for themselves so that tomorrow they can be able to decide what they want to do with that information. But the bottom line is, they should not be left too far behind from kids here in the West. And then, so these kids, we got them, we have about 200 laptops, both in Nigeria and Cameroon. We get these students to schools in batches of about 20 to 30 of these kids. We train them. This is graduation in Bamenda, Cameroon. You know, where we gathered, this is about, was it 60 to about 100 kids? You know, we trained these kids, we graduated them. And then let's keep going. This is a testimony actually from one of those kids, talking about how he went through the program, came out, you know, learning how to build games, you know, for himself. And then we just don't train the students, we leave them with playbooks, meaning that after we leave, how can the teachers continue with what we have given them? And so these playbooks, basically, like the one you just saw, guides the children there. The next step for us basically is robotics. So we are actually working very tirelessly to be able to get these robots to Cameroon, to Nigeria. The goal is the children should be able to break this down on their own, and be able to put this together. So we came up with problem space boxes. The next is actually a box. This is actually a video, but just because of the sake of time, we're not going to go into it. But basically what we are trying to do is design boxes. These boxes are made of wood. You know, as an example, this is, you know, we can make robots from plywood. This plywood is readily available in Mozambique, in Nigeria. This is wood. So basically, if we take wood like this, and then combine wood with, we are currently exporting this from China. These are just the components. If you combine these together, basically you have a robot. Elementary, basic robot, it can run, it can do the basic things, but then the whole idea is to awaken something in the child, curiosity, creativity, and that can help us in ways that we can not only imagine. So we have been focusing on doing that. That's one of the things that we've been doing. Another thing also we are doing is to create, oh man, that's fast. You want to go back? Another thing we are doing basically is an app. We created an app basically to create awareness on human rights. You know, again, I'm only the face of it. We have a team of close to 1,000 people working on this, you know. But we created an application for human rights to create awareness. So if you are African, you know that intimate partner violence is one of the biggest issues. You know, people are killed. The whole idea of intimate partner violence, you know, domestic abuse that eventually translates to death, you know, in Africa is very common. Wives of pastors even are victims of this. Before you know it, you hear that she has been going through this and the next thing, she's dead. What are we doing about it? So we actually built a solution, or we are still building a solution that addresses intimate partner violence. And this is just the UI of the application. Keep going. This is the team working to build the application, which evolved to, you know, keep going. And the solution basically has about 300, it's an open source solution. We're using open source technology to build this solution. 300 developers are currently working, volunteers from the United States, different parts of the world, Nigeria, Cameroon, software developers coming together to build the solution. We are actually going to be launching the solution end of this year and making a presentation in New York of the solution by first week of February, you know, to individuals who have been more like an international expose of the solution. So finally, I know launch is close. So finally, the last thing we are doing, these are the work that we are doing right now. This is the problem space labs. Approaching schools, we are saying that no longer, because when we started our program, we are actually teaching more like an after-school program for the kids. But then when we approached schools, they give us facilities within the school campus so that the children can have these problem space labs where they can do this. This is what you are seeing here on the screen. You know, the kids are actually doing this in their classroom. So Bottom line, this is exactly what we're working on. These are the contracts or MOUs that we've signed with schools to be able to help us with that. And that's it. So this is how the lab looks like. And finally, I think we could skip this. This is a long conversation, but let's skip this. And finally, I just want to show you my team. Good. That's my team. You know, my team members, basically, this is the team in the United States. If you go down, this is the team in Cameroon actually working on the project. If you go down, those are the team in Nigeria. So basically, we're a team of close to 1,000 people working together, all towards the goal of using technology to accelerate what we call the African dream. A dream where Africans are empowered to use their curiosity, use their ingenuity, use their talent to find their own local solutions to the problems that they face. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time can take.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Oh, by all means.
Yes, I think we have different percentage of different embassies.
Oh, okay.
Is your product only for one country, or are you planning to go to all Africa?
Oh my gosh, thank you for that question. So our goal basically is to pilot in Nigeria and Cameroon to see how it works. Our goal is by 2035, we want to cover all of Africa because we want to reach. As a matter of fact, we've already started conversations with the minister in Congo, where we are going into Congo with the same, what we are doing in Nigeria. Because of the success of Nigeria and Cameroon, we are going into Congo, already having conversations as well with that gentleman there who is funding. You know, they are looking to fund. So the goal is, this is Microsoft HoloLens, you know, for augmented reality. Now, this device is $3,300. But if you want to use this basically to teach medicine, to teach, you know, augmented reality, it's not scalable in a continent like Africa. So what we are doing basically is we are trying to develop alternatives to this device that is cheaper and affordable so that we can partner with universities in Mozambique, in Nigeria to be able to teach medicine, bring technologies that is here in the United States. You don't have to come to the United States. You basically can be in Mozambique and be able to explore what it takes basically to learn the advancement in science, medicine, aeronautics, whatever it is. So basically that's what we are doing, and thanks to this event, you know, we are looking at a potential partnership with Mr. Million there, you know, so that we can build sustainable solutions that are cheaper and affordable for the African continent. Thank you very much.
Did you say his name is Mr. Million?
Yes, his name is Mr. Million.
Well, that's the right partner.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Russell. And just to correct you, I think this whole room you're looking at potential investors.
Oh.
So it's not just Mr. Million. During this lunch break, I'm pretty sure one or two, if not the whole room, will come flooding to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being patient with us. We're going to take our quick lunch break right now. We'll resume at exactly 2:45. So may you please go help yourself with your food, and then we'll resume back our program at 2:45. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, welcome to the Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference. The theme of this conference, Bridging the Gap and Cultivating Lasting Collaborations. This conference has been made possible through the generous support of the African Union Mission in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to foster dialogue, networking, and collaboration among individuals of African descent in the United States. Together, we aim to explore opportunities for growth and development, and we are grateful for the African Union's commitment to this cause. Allow us to introduce our esteemed speakers who will be sharing their insights and experiences with us today. Her Excellency Hilda Suka Mafudze, African Union Ambassador to the United States of America. Russell Avery, founder and AMP CEO of GLAPI Foundation. Emmanuel Kalumbata, founder and CEO of Awakening Africa Hub. Commissioner O. Felix Obi, Commercial Diplomacy Executive and AMPA member, the Executive Office of U.S. President's Trade Advisory Committee on Africa. Justin Thomas Russell, Executive Director of Belief in Africa. Johanna LeBlanc, JDLLM, Partner, Adomi Advisory Group, PLLC. Million Zaleke, founder of Grand Squared Corporation. Khadija Kamara, CEO, Central Salone and Chief Strategy Officer, Study Africa. Mbaye Mbenge, founder of Youth Education and Sports Development, United Nations. Liziana Emakua, Executive Director, USA Hallmark International Youth Club /advocate at UNMGCY. Zipporah Hawa Mariba, Executive Director and founder of Girls Aid Movement. Our discussions today will be expertly guided by our distinguished moderator, Tatenda Nseed Zvimbo, an economist and global ambassador at HIYC. We would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our sponsor, the Awakening Afrique Hub, for their invaluable support. They truly are your one-stop shop for everything you need to help your business grow. Additionally, we are proud to have Afrique Today Web TV as our media partner, providing the best of digital TV coverage to ensure that the valuable insights and discussions of this conference reach a wider audience. Thank you for joining us at this Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference, and we look forward to a day of fruitful discussions and collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, welcome to the Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference. The theme of this conference, Bridging the Gap and Cultivating Lasting Collaborations. This conference has been made possible through the generous support of the African Union Mission in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to foster dialogue, networking, and collaboration among individuals of African descent in the United States. Together, we aim to explore opportunities for growth and development, and we are grateful for the African Union's commitment to this cause. Allow us to introduce our esteemed speakers who will be sharing their insights and experiences with us today. Her Excellency Hilda Suka Mafudze, African Union Ambassador to the United States of America. Russell Avray, founder and AMP CEO of GLAPI Foundation. Emmanuel Kalumbata, founder and CEO of Awakening Africa Hub. Commissioner Ofelix Obi, Commercial Diplomacy Executive and AMPA member, the Executive Office of U.S. President's Trade Advisory Committee on Africa. Justin Thomas Russell, Executive Director of Belief in Africa. Johanna LeBlanc, JDLLM, Partner, Adomi Advisory Group, PLLC. Million Zaleke, Founder of Grand Squared Corporation. Khadija Kamara, CEO, Central Salone and Chief Strategy Officer, Study Africa. Mbaye Mbenge, founder of Youth Education and Sports Development, United Nations. Liziana Emakua, Executive Director, USA Hallmark International Youth Club /advocate at UNMGCY. Zipporah Hawa Mariba, Executive Director and founder of Girls Aid Movement. Our discussions today will be expertly guided by our distinguished moderator, Tatenda Nseed Zvimbo, an economist and global ambassador at HIYC. We would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our sponsor, the Awakening Afrique Hub, for their invaluable support. They truly are your one-stop shop for everything you need to help your business grow. Additionally, we are proud to have Afrique Today Web TV as our media partner, providing the best of digital TV coverage to ensure that the valuable insights and discussions of this conference reach a wider audience. Thank you for joining us at this Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference, and we look forward to a day of fruitful discussions and collaborations.
Where we're joined by dignitaries
visionaries, world leaders, executive CEOs, young leaders, aspiring young global leaders. I have with me here Miss Khadija. She just spoke on one of our panels, and I'm just going to do a very brief interview with her for her to give us highlights of what this panel meant and what she does. So Miss Khadija, before we jump into that, please briefly introduce yourself, who you are, what you do, and why you're here.
Hi everyone, my name is Khadija Kamara. I'm a proud Sierra Leonean woman. I'm also a business owner, so I have two businesses. The first is called Central Salon. It's an African print fashion brand made in Sierra Leone and exported to the US. The second business is called Study Africa, which is an online research platform that connects researchers to African participants and allows local people to get paid. So that's pretty much a little bit about me.
Thank you so much for sharing that information with us. I think it's always inspiring when I get to interact with beautiful young women that come from the continent and are also giving back, because I believe in the notion that to whom much is given, much is expected. So thank you so much for all that you're doing and all the inspiring things that you're doing in Sierra Leone. So jumping into the question that I have for you, during the panel you spoke about intergenerational poverty, and I know this is something that is very common in our African countries. The first question that I have for you is, what are some of the practical ways that you think people will be able to break those intergenerational cycles in their families or communities?
That's a great question. I'm glad that we're able to touch on that. Actually, I think an actual way that we can break out of those cycles is really utilizing the resources around us maximally. So looking at what do we have available to us, and then not only what's available to us, but looking at, the internet, for example, really leveraging that, and also really leveraging our community. I think that's really important. For example, if you have like a business idea, or you have your business, asking around, putting your ideas out there, like, hey, I have an African print fashion brand. You don't know who might give you a contract. So definitely believing in yourself is another thing. I know it's really important to have role models, and if we don't have role models, it can be easy to say, hey, my mom's this, my grandma's this, I'm limited, I can't be, but you can. So just using the resources around you and being really resilient.
Absolutely. And I think that is one thing that Africans are known for, right? Resilience. And we take so much pride in the strength of our resilience. Thank you so much for those inspiring words. Another follow-up question would be, what do you think are the obstacles really in especially the youth accessing education that helps them to unlock not only their potential, but also releasing innovative ideas that break the cycles of intergenerational poverty?
Yeah, in terms of education, I think cost is another thing. For example, in Sierra Leone, we have a program that's called Free Quality Education, but there's also different costs that are associated with education, for example, uniforms. So really creating an environment that is conducive to youth and is able to educate youth, like different factors that contribute to youth being educated well. So if that's lunch, if that's providing uniforms, and also changing what education looks like. Education isn't just in the formal sense. There's also informal training. So that can look like culinary training. That can look like just mentorship. So really diversifying when we mean education and creating an enabling environment for those who want to be educated to become educated.
Well said and well articulated. I definitely agree, because I think when we look at our continent, we are a diverse continent. We have different countries that face different obstacles, and it is very important that different countries are able to create policies and even solutions that are unique to their country. So thank you so much for even highlighting how education can look different, that it's not just getting into the classroom, there is the technical aspect of it. One last thing, what is it that you want to tell anybody who's watching, any youth that is watching us this very moment, any words of encouragement, inspiration, or any advice that you would like to share with them?
Young Sierra Leonean visionary named PJ Mandewa Cole said, "We are the ones we've been waiting for," and we are. We are the generation that are the movers and shakers. We are the ones that can really transform our own narrative, and not to think otherwise, that we can. So even if it may be hard, even if that day, those challenges that may arise to you that month, the challenges just look so insurmountable, like it's not able to be addressed, you can and you will, and you are the change that we've been waiting for. And honestly, even if you can just do your little parts, if we all did our little part, their change. I'd also say it's really important to find what you're passionate about. I like to say, find your gutter. What are you willing to even dig in the gutter for? So that's what I'd like to say to the youth and anyone out there watching.
Well said and well articulated. Thank you so much, Miss Khadija. I think if she were to run for president, I would definitely vote for her. Thank you so much for your time and for such encouraging words. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tatenda Jimbo, and I am your host for the day. I come from the beautiful country of Zimbabwe. Please stay tuned for all the fun activities that we have for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, welcome to the Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference. The theme of this conference, Bridging the Gap and Cultivating Lasting Collaborations. This conference has been made possible through the generous support of the African Union Mission in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to foster dialogue, networking, and collaboration among individuals of African descent in the United States. Together, we aim to explore opportunities for growth and development, and we are grateful for the African Union's commitment to this cause. Allow us to introduce our esteemed speakers who will be sharing their insights and experiences with us today. Her Excellency Hilda Suka Mafudze, African Union Ambassador to the United States of America. Russell Avray, Founder and AMP CEO of GLAPI Foundation. Emmanuel Kalumbata, Founder and CEO of Awakening Africa Hub. Commissioner Ofelix Obi, Commercial Diplomacy Executive and AMPA member, the Executive Office of U.S. President's Trade Advisory Committee on Africa. Justin Thomas Russell, Executive Director of Belief in Africa. Johanna LeBlanc, JDLLM, Partner, Adomi Advisory Group, PLLC. Million Zaleke, Founder of Grand Squared Corporation. Khadija Kamara, CEO, Central Salone and Chief Strategy Officer, Study Africa. Mbaye Mbenge, Founder of Youth Education and Sports Development, United Nations. Liziana Emakua, Executive Director, USA Hallmark International Youth Club /Advocate at UNMGCY. Zipporah Hawa Mariba, Executive Director and Founder of Girls Aid Movement. Our discussions today will be expertly guided by our distinguished moderator, Tatenda N. Seeds Vimbo, an economist and global ambassador at HIYC. We would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our sponsor, the Awakening Afrique Hub, for their invaluable support. They truly are your one-stop shop for everything you need to help your business grow. Additionally, we are proud to have Afrique Today Web TV as our media partner, providing the best of digital TV coverage to ensure that the valuable insights and discussions of this conference reach a wider audience. Thank you for joining us at this Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference, and we look forward to a day of fruitful discussions and collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, welcome to the Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference. The theme of this conference, Bridging the Gap and Cultivating Lasting Collaborations. This conference has been made possible through the generous support of the African Union Mission in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to foster dialogue, networking, and collaboration among individuals of African descent in the United States. Together, we aim to explore opportunities for growth and development, and we are grateful for the African Union's commitment to this cause. Allow us to introduce our esteemed speakers who will be sharing their insights and experiences with us today. Her Excellency Hilda Suka Mafudze, African Union Ambassador to the United States of America. Russell Avery, founder and AMP CEO of GLAPI Foundation. Emmanuel Kalumbata, founder and CEO of Awakening Africa Hub. Commissioner Ofelix Obi, Commercial Diplomacy Executive and AMPI member, the Executive Office of U.S. President's Trade Advisory Committee on Africa. Justin Thomas Russell, Executive Director of Belief in Africa. Johanna LeBlanc, JDLLM, Partner, Adomi Advisory Group, PLLC. Million Zaleke, Founder of Grand Squared Corporation. Khadija Kamara, CEO, Central Salone and Chief Strategy Officer, Study Africa. Mbaye Mbenge, Founder of Youth Education and Sports Development, United Nations. Liziana Emakua, Executive Director, USA Hallmark International Youth Club /Advocate at UNMGCY. Zipporah Hawa Mariba, Executive Director and Founder of Girls Aid Movement. Our discussions today will be expertly guided by our distinguished moderator, Tatenda Nseeds Zvimbo, an economist and global ambassador at HIYC. We would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our sponsor, the Awakening Afrique Hub, for their invaluable support. They truly are your one-stop shop for everything you need to help your business grow. Additionally, we are proud to have Afrique Today Web TV as our media partner, providing the best of digital TV coverage to ensure that the valuable insights and discussions of this conference reach a wider audience. Thank you for joining us at this Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference, and we look forward to a day of fruitful discussions and collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, welcome to the Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference. The theme of this conference, Bridging the Gap and Cultivating Lasting Collaborations. This conference has been made possible through the generous support of the African Union Mission in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to foster dialogue, networking, and collaboration among individuals of African descent in the United States. Together, we aim to explore opportunities for growth and development, and we are grateful for the African Union's commitment to this cause. Allow us to introduce our esteemed speakers who will be sharing their insights and experiences with us today. Her Excellency Hilda Suka Mafudze, African Union Ambassador to the United States of America. Russell Avery, Founder and AMP CEO of GLAPI Foundation. Emmanuel Kalumbata, Founder and CEO of Awakening Africa Hub. Commissioner O. Felix Obi, Commercial Diplomacy Executive and AMPM member, the Executive Office of U.S. President's Trade Advisory Committee on Africa. Justin Thomas Russell, Executive Director of Belief in Africa. Johanna LeBlanc, JDLLM, Partner, Adomi Advisory Group, PLLC. Million Zaleke, Founder of Grand Squared Corporation. Khadija Kamara, CEO, Central Salone and Chief Strategy Officer, Study Africa. Mbaye Mbenge, Founder of Youth Education and Sports Development, United Nations. Liziana Emakua, Executive Director, USA Hallmark International Youth Club / Advocate at UNMGCY. Zipporah Hawa Mariba, Executive Director and Founder of Girls Aid Movement. Our discussions today will be expertly guided by our distinguished moderator, Tatenda Nseeds Vimbo, an economist and global ambassador at HIYC. We would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our sponsor, the Awakening Afrique Hub, for their invaluable support. They truly are your one-stop shop for everything you need to help your business grow. Additionally, we are proud to have Afrique Today Web TV as our media partner, providing the best of digital TV coverage to ensure that the valuable insights and discussions of this conference reach a wider audience. Thank you for joining us at this Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference, and we look forward to a day of fruitful discussions and collaborations.
Thank you for that. Mr. Hassan.
Edit that. We need to pull this.
Good afternoon. How are you doing today?
I'm fantastic, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing really well. You look absolutely stunning. I really love your sense of style. Who is your designer?
Myself.
Oh wow. Can I have you as a personal designer?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hassan, for gracing us with your presence this afternoon. May you please briefly tell us about who you are, what you do, and where you're from?
My name is Hassan Uyar. I'm with the Turkish African Business Association from Istanbul. We are an organization that provides support, know-how, and this is all going to be edited later, yeah? You're going to edit all this? Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. I hope they should have told me that this is going to be live. But we are stimulating business development between Turkish know-how, Turkish manufacturing, and production into all of Africa and African states, throughout Africa.
Wow, that sounds like incredible work and very large scale. What brings you here today? I believe you flew from Turkey last night?
I did. I flew in from Istanbul last night, and I came into town because of your event.
Well, thank you so much. We couldn't be more grateful for your presence. During the speakers' panels, they spoke a lot about investment and trading in Africa. What were your thoughts about the last panel that we just came from?
This is everything that we know. And unfortunately, when we go to these events, we always hear people repeating themselves. But we need to make some changes. Instead of repeating ourselves and just saying things, we need to implement real change. And that is by being fully engaged and to create new policies and new penetration to new markets. We need to provide know-how, bring the manufacturers and the producers with the right source of funding, and implement real change.
I love the fact that you kept reiterating real change, because I do echo that sentiment that we come to these conferences, we come to these discussions, we like to repeat ourselves so much, but when we leave this room, it's as if we leave the information in the room, and out there people are not doing much. So what are some of the practical ways that not only our youths, but the people that were here or whoever is listening can actually enact real change going on from today?
We need to start it. We need to be the implementers. We don't need to rely on governments to do anything. We shouldn't give this responsibility solely on them. It is our responsibility, not just to make business happen, but it is our responsibility for humanity and real growth to add real value, not just in our lives, but the lives throughout the entire planet. We're walking into a globalization era, and Africa is sitting on the sidelines. And if Africa was fully engaged into this globalization mentality, I truly do believe, well, I don't believe, I know Africa can be the major player and the provider for all goods and services throughout the entire world.
I thank you so much for speaking so positively and in good faith about the potential of Africa, because truly it is a sleeping giant that is ready to be awakened and to release its full potential. And with investors like you and the youths and the people that are eager and zealous to go in, I believe the future is bright. Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Do you have any last advice, encouragement, or remarks that you would want to share with our audience today?
Let's connect and let's expand. And let's just get it done. Stop talking. I'm here. Let's do it. I'm here to do.
Absolutely.
Cheers. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hassan. It was an absolute pleasure. I hope you have safe travels to Turkey, and this is not the last time we're seeing you.
Most definitely not.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Cheers. All right. I will see you guys in the next session. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, welcome to the Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference. The theme of this conference, Bridging the Gap and Cultivating Lasting Collaborations. This conference has been made possible through the generous support of the African Union Mission in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to foster dialogue, networking, and collaboration among individuals of African descent in the United States. Together, we aim to explore opportunities for growth and development, and we are grateful for the African Union's commitment to this cause. Allow us to introduce our esteemed speakers who will be sharing their insights and experiences with us today. Her Excellency Hilda Suka Mafudze, African Union Ambassador to the United States of America. Russell Avray, Founder and AMP CEO of GLAPI Foundation. Emmanuel Kalumbata, Founder and CEO of Awakening Africa Hub. Commissioner Ofelix Obi, Commercial Diplomacy Executive and AMPA member, the Executive Office of U.S. President's Trade Advisory Committee on Africa. Justin Thomas Russell, Executive Director of Belief in Africa. Johanna LeBlanc, JDLLM, Partner, Adomi Advisory Group, PLLC. Million Zaleke, Founder of Grand Squared Corporation. Khadija Kamara, CEO, Central Salone and Chief Strategy Officer, Study Africa. Mbaye Mbenge, Founder of Youth Education and Sports Development, United Nations. Liziana Emakua, Executive Director, USA Hallmark International Youth Club /Advocate at UNMGCY. Zipporah Hawa Mariba, Executive Director and Founder of Girls Aid Movement. Our discussions today will be expertly guided by our distinguished moderator, Tatenda Nc Zvimbo, an economist and global ambassador at HIYC. We would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our sponsor, the Awakening Afrique Hub, for their invaluable support. They truly are your one-stop shop for everything you need to help your business grow. Additionally, we are proud to have Afrique Today Web TV as our media partner, providing the best of digital TV coverage to ensure that the valuable insights and discussions of this conference reach a wider audience. Thank you for joining us at this Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference, and we look forward to a day of fruitful discussions and collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, welcome to the Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference. The theme of this conference, Bridging the Gap and Cultivating Lasting Collaborations. This conference has been made possible through the generous support of the African Union Mission in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to foster dialogue, networking, and collaboration among individuals of African descent in the United States. Together, we aim to explore opportunities for growth and development, and we are grateful for the African Union's commitment to this cause. Allow us to introduce our esteemed speakers who will be sharing their insights and experiences with us today. Her Excellency Hilda Suka Mafudze, African Union Ambassador to the United States of America. Russell Avray, Founder and AMP CEO of GLAPI Foundation. Emmanuel Kalumbata, Founder and CEO of Awakening Africa Hub. Commissioner Ofelix Obi, Commercial Diplomacy Executive and AMPA member, the Executive Office of U.S. President's Trade Advisory Committee on Africa. Justin Thomas Russell, Executive Director of Belief in Africa. Johanna LeBlanc, JDLLM, Partner, Adomi Advisory Group, PLLC. Million Zaleke, Founder of Grand Squared Corporation. Khadija Kamara, CEO, Central Salone and Chief Strategy Officer, Study Africa. Mbaye Mbenge, Founder of Youth Education and Sports Development, United Nations. Liziana Emakua, Executive Director, USA Hallmark International Youth Club /Advocate at UNMGCY. Zipporah Hawa Mariba, Executive Director and Founder of Girls Aid Movement. Our discussions today will be expertly guided by our distinguished moderator, Tatenda N.C. Zvimbo, an economist and global ambassador at HIYC. We would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our sponsor, the Awakening Afrique Hub, for their invaluable support. They truly are your one-stop shop for everything you need to help your business grow. Additionally, we are proud to have Afrique Today Web TV as our media partner, providing the best of digital TV coverage to ensure that the valuable insights and discussions of this conference reach a wider audience. Thank you for joining us at this Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference, and we look forward to a day of fruitful discussions and collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, welcome to the Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference. The theme of this conference, Bridging the Gap and Cultivating Lasting Collaborations. This conference has been made possible through the generous support of the African Union Mission in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to foster dialogue, networking, and collaboration among individuals of African descent in the United States. Together, we aim to explore opportunities for growth and development, and we are grateful for the African Union's commitment to this cause. Allow us to introduce our esteemed speakers who will be sharing their insights and experiences with us today. Her Excellency Hilda Suka Mafudze, African Union Ambassador to the United States of America. Russell Avray, Founder and AMP CEO of GLAPI Foundation. Emmanuel Kalumbata, Founder and CEO of Awakening Africa Hub. Commissioner Ofelix Obi, Commercial Diplomacy Executive and AMPI member, the Executive Office of U.S. President's Trade Advisory Committee on Africa. Justin Thomas Russell, Executive Director of Belief in Africa. Johanna LeBlanc, JDLLM, Partner, Adomi Advisory Group, PLLC. Million Zaleke, Founder of Grand Squared Corporation. Khadija Kamara, CEO, Central Salone and Chief Strategy Officer, Study Africa. Mbaye Mbenge, Founder of Youth Education and Sports Development, United Nations. Liziana Emakua, Executive Director, USA Hallmark International Youth Club / Advocate at UNMGCY. Zipporah Hawa Mariba, Executive Director and Founder of Girls Aid Movement. Our discussions today will be expertly guided by our distinguished moderator, Tatenda Nseeds Vimbo, an economist and global ambassador at HIYC. We would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our sponsor, the Awakening Afrique Hub, for their invaluable support. They truly are your one-stop shop for everything you need to help your business grow. Additionally, we are proud to have Afrique Today Web TV as our media partner, providing the best of digital TV coverage to ensure that the valuable insights and discussions of this conference reach a wider audience. Thank you for joining us at this Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference, and we look forward to a day of fruitful discussions and collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, welcome to the Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference. The theme of this conference, Bridging the Gap and Cultivating Lasting Collaborations. This conference has been made possible through the generous support of the African Union Mission in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to foster dialogue, networking, and collaboration among individuals of African descent in the United States. Together, we aim to explore opportunities for growth and development, and we are grateful for the African Union's commitment to this cause. Allow us to introduce our esteemed speakers who will be sharing their insights and experiences with us today. Her Excellency Hilda Suka Mafudze, African Union Ambassador to the United States of America. Russell Avray, Founder and AMP CEO of GLAPI Foundation. Emmanuel Kalumbata, Founder and CEO of Awakening Africa Hub. Commissioner Ofelix Obi, Commercial Diplomacy Executive and AMPA member, the Executive Office of U.S. President's Trade Advisory Committee on Africa. Justin Thomas Russell, Executive Director of Belief in Africa. Johanna LeBlanc, JDLLM, Partner, Adomi Advisory Group, PLLC. Million Zaleke, Founder of Grand Squared Corporation. Khadija Kamara, CEO, Central Salone and Chief Strategy Officer, Study Africa. Mbaye Mbenge, Founder of Youth Education and Sports Development, United Nations. Liziana Emakua, Executive Director, USA Hallmark International Youth Club /Advocate at UNMGCY. Zipporah Hawa Mariba, Executive Director and Founder of Girls Aid Movement. Our discussions today will be expertly guided by our distinguished moderator, Tatenda Nseeds Vimbo, an economist and global ambassador at HIYC. We would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our sponsor, the Awakening Afrique Hub, for their invaluable support. They truly are your one-stop shop for everything you need to help your business grow. Additionally, we are proud to have Afrique Today Web TV as our media partner, providing the best of digital TV coverage to ensure that the valuable insights and discussions of this conference reach a wider audience. Thank you for joining us at this Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference, and we look forward to a day of fruitful discussions and collaborations.
Oklahoma in 2022. My journey started in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where I became the first Zimbabwean to ever attend the United World College in its first 10 years of it being established. There I studied the International Baccalaureate Diploma before coming here to the United States, where I pursued my studies further at the University of Oklahoma for the past 5 years. I'm currently working as an associate at the Housing Assistance Council, and I'm an incoming Running Start Congressional Fellow, and I also founded the African Women's League in 2018, which is an international organization that seeks to empower African women here in the diaspora, creating a community for them to be able to leverage resources and also connect to the people back home. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce myself, Tatenda.
Bonsoir. Merci d'être revenu après le déjeuner. Nous devons terminer le reste la moitié du programme. Ma collaboratrice, elle est de nationalité zimbabwéenne, celle qui va continuer la suite du programme. Merci.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that translation. Now moving into our panel discussion, the title of our panel is Investment and Trade. Please help me to welcome the only lady on this panel, Miss Joanna, to the stage. As Miss Joanna is finding her seat, Ms. Johanna LeBlair is a highly accomplished Haitian American lawyer with a background in national security law and foreign policy. She is a partner at Adome Advisory Group, PLLC, where she provides valuable guidance on various matters, including trade, debt, financing for emerging market projects, public relations, sanctions, federal legislative processes, and diplomacy. Additionally, she serves as an adjunct professor at Howard University. Prior to her current role, Ms. LeBlair served as a legislative director in the United States Congress, where she played a crucial role in advancing U.S. foreign policy objectives and economic security through trade and diplomacy. She also had key responsibility in liaising with various government agencies and financial institutions here in Washington, D.C. Her extensive experience includes serving as a senior foreign policy advisor to Haitian ambassadors to the United States and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She successfully lobbied for the renewal of the Caribbean Basin Trade Partnership Act, which is the CBTPA, benefiting Haiti's economy significantly. Ms. LeBlair has also been involved in advocacy for environmental policies, women's rights, and has worked on various international issues. In recognition of her exceptional contributions, Ms. LeBlair has received numerous awards and honors, both domestically and internationally. She is recognized media commentator and holds advanced degrees in law, national security, and public administration. In 2019, she was awarded an honorary doctorate degree for her accomplishments. Please let's give it up for Mrs. Joanna. Up next, I would like us to give it up for our next panelist, who is Commissioner Felix O. Obi. Please let's give it up for Mr. Felix. As Mr. Felix is finding his seat, Mr. Felix is a commissioner who is a commercial diplomacy executive and member of the executive office of the U.S. President's Trade Advisory Committee on Africa, TACA, which is the office of the U.S. Trade Representative, USTR. Mr. Felix is also an adjunct professor of economics, global trade, and political economy at the University of New York, Medgar Evers College. He also serves as the chair of the Economic and Trade Development Task Force in Africa at the Maryland Governor's Office of Community Initiatives, GOCI, where he conceived and leads the GOCI Maryland Business Forum. Mr. Felix was the 2020 Biden-Harris presidential campaign's chair of policy and communication for African diaspora engagement, among other roles. He graduated with a Master of Policy Management from the McCown School of Public Policy at the Georgetown University. Please let's give it up for Mr. Felix. Last but not least, we have Mr. Justin Thomas Russell. Please let's give it up for Mr. Justin as he finds his seat. For over 30 years, Mr. Justin Thomas Russell has been navigating the intricate world of government relations and foreign policy with unmatched expertise. With his extensive knowledge of international politics and strong connections to influential figures in both public and private sectors, he is able to drive agendas forward effectively. Mr. Justin's exceptional skills have proven him to be a force in advancing congressional affairs, strategic policy, and spearheading economic development initiatives. Currently, Mr. Russell serves as the head of the Believe in Africa Foundation, a nonprofit organization dedicated to leveraging economic development as a diplomatic tool worldwide. Prior to this role, he held key positions such as Principal Director of the New York Center for Foreign Policy Affairs, Managing Principals at Realtors Public Strategies, and Director of Corporate Strategy and International Affairs for Avaya Government Solutions. In addition to this impressive resume, Mr. Russell brings invaluable experience from his tenure at General Dynamics Information Technology and as president of SBG, Florida Atlantic Consultants. During this time, he provided strategic guidance to government bodies on critical security matters, including port operations and policy development. He also assisted private clients in securing grants for emergency response programs, utilizing his strong relationships with federal agencies to benefit both public sector entities and community operations. Please let's give it up for Mr. Russell. I would turn to my translator to translate the introductions in French.
Okay. Nous avons trois invités sur le panel. Nous avons le professeur d'économie, Monsieur Félix. On a aussi une éminente avocate, Madame Johanna. Et en dernier lieu, nous avons Monsieur Russell, qui a travaillé tellement dans la diplomatie aux États-Unis. Merci.
Excellent.
I wish I could speak French.
We'll
I
take
think
your word for it.
the only French that I learned was from a song, and it was Parlez-vous français, which I think translates to "Do you speak French?" But thank you so much to our amazing translator over here. Now, jumping into this panel, thank you so much to our distinguished, honored guests that are here to share their insights on this key topic of investments and trade in Africa. We'll start with opening remarks from each panelist. They'll give us opening remarks before we delve into a Q&A. And so I will ask one general question or follow-up questions from their remarks, and we want this to be an interactive session with the guests. So please be open to asking questions, engaging with our guests. They're here to share their insights and also learn from you all. So starting with the beautiful lady here on my left, Ms. John, over to you.
Sure, thanks. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It is truly an honor and privilege to be here with you all this afternoon. And what makes this event even more special to me and inspiring is that it is being led by the youth. You know, it's the future of our beloved African continent. Guys, congratulations. Keep up the good work. We need you. I know that, you know, we have enough old heads running different countries across the African continent. We need your input. We need your ingenuity. We need you at the table to help shape policy that will have lasting impact on a population of 1.2 billion people, depending on who's counting. So again, congratulations to you all. It is truly an honor and privilege to be here. And as a professor, I always encourage young people to be at the forefront of these very serious discussions, especially as it relates to trade and investments in Africa. As she indicated, I'm a partner at Adomi Advisory Law Group. Our firm supports, it's an international law firm. We litigate, we advise, and we lobby. And our firm supports primarily African governments in advancing their interest here in the United States, as well as helping investors to secure debt financing for projects in emerging markets, in particular in the areas of healthcare, energy, infrastructure, and so on. And we also support investors in securing grants for feasibility study and also governments. So I thought it was important to share that little information with you all. But as it relates to trade and investment, I think it would be a missed opportunity to not discuss AGOA, which is the African Growth Opportunity Act that is set to expire in 2025. This particular piece of legislation has been a critical instrument in promoting economic growth and trade relations between the United States and African countries since its inception in 2000. And again, as we consider the renewal of this trade agreement, we must look at how it has bolstered economic growth and create employment opportunities across Africa, and also look at, some of the, there is gross, unfortunately, underutilization of this trade agreement, and there are opportunities to create even more jobs across the African continent. So as it relates to growth, economic growth, we know that AGOA has significantly contributed to economic growth of various African nations. And according to the International Trade Commission, in 2019, AGOA-eligible countries exported $26 billion worth of goods to the United States, a substantial increase from the $8.15 billion in 2000. And this growth demonstrates the positive impact of AGOA on African economies. And two, job creation. AGOA has played a pivotal role in creating employment opportunities. The African Exponent reports that more than 300,000 direct jobs and over 1 million indirect jobs have been generated in Africa as a result of AGOA, providing livelihoods and for many individuals and their families. And also we look at the is this okay? Because I can hear the noise.
Okay, let me. You have 2 mics.
Okay, so should I take this off? Okay. Thank you. And also the diversification of exports. AGOA has encouraged African countries to diversify their exports portfolios. The Brookings Institute notes that AGOA has led to a shift in African exports towards non-traditional sectors such as textiles, apparel, and manufactured goods. And also we look at poverty reduction. AGOA has contributed to reducing poverty in beneficiary countries and obviously strengthening bilateral and trade relations. I think that AGOA has really fostered positive diplomatic and trade relations between the United States and African nations. And it is essential that this piece of legislation, trade agreement is renewed. We see that in the Senate, there has been legislation introduced for its renewal, and instead of the 10-year renewal, some of the senators are considering a 25-year renewal, which is a good thing because that means we don't have to worry about it for the next 10 years, right? So President Biden also announced, actually just today, that he is in favor of the renewal of AGOA, and there's currently the AGOA summit taking place in South Africa. And South Africa, as you know, is the #1 beneficiary of AGOA on the continent. And also, it's important because as we talk about the expansion of footprints of China and Russia in Africa, I think this trade agreement helps to counter China's influence on the United States perspective. Obviously, different countries have a different position when it comes to this, but I think it's a good thing for the United States in that regard. But again, as I said earlier, in spite of the successes, I think that based on the data that's out there by USTR and various other organizations, it is highly underutilized. We look at, again, South Africa as the #1 beneficiary. In 2019, South Africa exported approximately $3 billion worth of goods to the United States under AGOA. This is according from the International Trade Commission. Nigeria is another significant player in AGOA trade. In 2019, Nigeria's exports to the U.S. were valued at around $1.4 billion, according to USTDA. Kenya has also played a significant role in the utilization of this trade agreement. And in 2019, Kenya's AGOA exports amounted to approximately $609 million, covering a range of products, including apparel and agricultural goods. And then you have Lesotho and Ethiopia, as well as Ghana, that have done significantly better than other nations when it comes to utilizing this trade agreement. But it will also be disingenuous to talk about AGOA and not talk about the AfCFTA, right? The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and which the Secretary General was elected in the midst of COVID-19, very, very tumultuous times. But I think there has been a great deal of successes in terms of the implementation. In fact, I am a member of the National Bar Association, which represents roughly 60,000 Black lawyers and judges across the United States. And I'm the co-chair of the AfCFTA initiative within the National Bar Association. And we are working on an agreement with the AfCFTA so that our lawyers can support with the alternative resolution aspect of the AfCFTA. As you know, just like any trade agreement, there will be litigation, right? And we are working with the AfCFTA to make sure that African American lawyers are also a part of this process. And in particular, us as a 6th region, we are a part of this process. So to conclude, I think it's important that the public is aware of AGOA and AGOA's renewal and what can be done, right? Because just like any other bill, there are opportunities to insert additional language in the bill, right? There are enormous opportunities, and there are steps that can be taken to ensure that the voices of foreign governments are properly heard. And I look forward to entertaining your questions soon. Thank you so much.
Ok, le professeur Johanna, elle gère une firme d'avocats et ils ont pour but de faire le lobbying auprès des organisations et supporter les investisseurs. Elle a parlé du traité, un agrément entre les États-Unis et l'Afrique. Le nom du traité s'appelle AGLOA. Ce traité permet au continent africain d'exporter les biens vers les États-Unis. Donc, en 2019, l'Afrique a pu exporter 26 milliards de biens aux États-Unis, ce qui a généré 300 millions d'emplois indirects, 300 millions d'emplois directs et 1 million d'emplois indirects. Et elle a encore dit ceci, le sommet de la GLOA est en train de se tenir en Afrique du Sud cette année et le président Joe Biden est en faveur du renouvellement de ce traité. Merci.
Thank you. Let's give it up one more time for Ms. Joanna. I think there is so much power in coming to these discussions where we get to learn of such impeccable bills that have the power and the influence to actually change the dynamics of the Africa-US relations. And so before we move on to the next panelist, whilst this is still fresh in our minds, Ms. Joanna, I have a follow-up question for you. How can your firm help African governments in the renewal process to influence Congress in this particular renewal process? And I know we have a lot of dignitaries here from different embassies. Please pay attention because this is very key to our Africa-US relations. Ms. Joanna, over to you.
Thank you so much for that question. Can you guys hear me? No? I turned it off earlier. Did someone please help me with this? I think that, again, AGOA is one trade agreement that the U.S. has with many countries across the African continent, and we know that, unfortunately, due to various human rights violations, certain countries have been removed, and I think the administration announced recently countries like Niger, Burkina Faso, Uganda, a few others will be removed as an AGOA beneficiary for not following the human rights provisions within the AGOA agreement. And we know that countries like Cameroon was removed as well, and a few others. But for the countries that are currently beneficiaries of AGOA, it is imperative that you are at the front and center as it relates to the renewal, and that you are advocating on behalf of your country. If there are gaps that you have identified within the agreement that you think should be addressed, this is the time to speak up. This is the time that you send letters to the Committee of Jurisdiction on the House side is Ways and Means, and on the Senate side it's the Finance Committee, that you advocate for your country. It's not a one-way street that the United States says, this is what I'm going to give. No, you have, as a sovereign nation and as a country, as countries that the United States enjoys the diplomatic relations with, you have an opportunity to influence and even amend some of the language. And maybe there are language in the trade agreement that you're not happy with, or maybe even some of the products that are the list of products, the textile sector, agriculture products. Maybe you would like that list expanded, or maybe you would like some products removed, right? Or maybe you would like to see a better collaboration between the AFCFTA and AGOA, right? Well, what does that look like, right? So you have a unique opportunity to not just send a letter. It's not sufficient. You have to go and knock on the doors and schedule meetings with some of these members that are influential in the process. Not every member of Congress has the same level of influence and power. As someone who used to work in Congress, I understand that system quite well. You have to identify who are those members that actually have the power and have the leverage as well to support your position, and also to get others on board, to get certain language added, because I don't think it would be in the best interest of African countries for AGOA to be reauthorized the way it is, the way it was 10 years ago, because things have evolved, technology has evolved. But if you don't speak up, because African governments, it's your country, you're the experts, right? You know what works for your country and what does not work. So you have a unique opportunity, and I say use the opportunity, because I will tell you as a former staffer again, there were a lot of times, there were conversations about Africa, and the people who should be at the table are not there, right? You cannot afford to be absent at the table. Otherwise, what happens is you have NGOs that are asking for stricter human rights language within these trade agreements. You have think tanks, right? And while think tanks sometimes have their own agenda, but governments should work with think tanks, because there are think tanks here in Washington that are incredibly powerful, that can actually move legislation forward to the finish line. So there's a lot that should be done, and that continuous engagement and interaction is pivotal. Also talking to USTR, talking to the Department of Commerce. So it's not just Congress, right? There are other entities that play a role in this process. Even at the State Department, there are folks that covers the economic portfolio for different African countries. Make sure everyone, whatever position that you have, get buy-ins from all of these different individuals, and have them also lobby and advocate on behalf of whatever policy that you are pushing on Capitol Hill. But I could go on and on, but if you would like to speak further about this after, I'll be around to entertain additional questions. Thank you so much.
La question suivante a été posée au professeur Johanna concernant ce que les dignitaires africains peuvent faire pour avoir un impact sur l'agrément AGOA. Et elle a répondu de la manière suivante. Certains pays africains, tels que le Cameroun, l'Égypte, ont eu à violer certains règlements, raison pour laquelle ils ont été retirés. Maintenant, pour pouvoir, si d'autres pays ils ont des préoccupations, certaines préoccupations, ils peuvent demander qu'on retire un produit ou on augmente un produit. Et pour augmenter ce produit ou retirer, il ne faut pas juste envoyer les lettres, il faut aller frapper aux différentes portes. Et ça dépend à quel niveau des portes vous devez frapper, parce qu'il y a les gens qui n'ont pas un impact sur l'agrément. Elle a cité la liste des départements où vous pouvez aller frapper. Le département du Congrès américain, il y a le département du commerce. Merci.
Thank you for the translations. Once again, thank you, Ms. Joanna. Now moving on to Mr. Justin Thomas Russell for your opening remarks, sir.
Première pour mon ami en français, je suis désolé, mon français est très mal. Merci, mon ami. I'm going to be blunt. When we talk about trade and investment here in the United States and U.S. foreign policy when it relates to Africa, it is a flaming dumpster fire. It is in bad shape. When we look at the way that the U.S. foreign policy looks at Africa, it's a secondary thought. It's not as sexy as Asia. It's not as strategically important as Europe, but it comes up and it pops up every once in a while and it draws our attention in and then it's put away. The bottom line here is that's an issue. And that's an issue why? Is because the U.S. foreign policy at the State Department, the folks in Foggy Bottom operate this foreign policy in a bubble. Absolutely, I cannot be clear enough about that. The people that they should be listening to on the ground in Africa is kind of diluted with a bunch of noise and message traffic that gets to Foggy Bottom. Again, it is not sexy. But what they fail to realize is the strategic and economic, not just importance now, but the strategic and economic importance that Africa has long-term in the future. And the reality is, when it comes to trade and investment, China and the Belt and Road Initiative is eating our lunch, and it shouldn't have to be. I just got back literally a week ago from Africa. Was in Nairobi and was in Juba, South Sudan. While in Juba, met with President Kiir, met with the foreign minister, with trade minister, the justice minister. This is the newest sovereign nation on the globe and on the continent of Africa. This is my second trip there. Last year, we were the organization I was at before, the New York Center for Foreign Policy Affairs, we were commissioned to do a study of how the relationship between Juba and Washington was and how it can possibly improve. A senior member of government once told me, because this is after the U.S. had just pulled support, financial support. The State Department put out travel advisories calling it a level 4 country. The CIA country report said that if you're an American or you're part of an NGO, you're going to get murdered or kidnapped. And yet, here I am. I go as part of a small delegation. I felt safe. I did not feel unsafe. In fact, I felt about as safe as I would in parts of the U.S. I felt safer in Juba than I did in parts of South Chicago. It is working a foreign policy in a bubble. Where am I going with this? When we talk to certain senior members of the government, they said, every one of them, we want to be trade partners with the United States. But you put sanctions on us because we're not meeting the expectations that you want us to meet. We have been a constitutional republic for 11 years, and we're trying to get it right. You are sanctioning us because we did not meet the mark and we didn't get it perfect. Yet, I would argue that the United States has been a constitutional republic for over 240 years, and some would say you didn't get it right. And I cite January 6th. And I said, that's brilliant. What does that mean to trade and investment is we are our own worst enemy when it comes to trade and investment, and we are hindering the partnership between Western American companies. Look at Glappy, look at Kids Coding. That is a great opportunity for U.S. Western companies such as Google, Microsoft, Oracle, any of the IT companies to go in there and put feet on the ground and create a strategic foothold in what is arguably one of the most important and strategic economic and security positions on the globe. That is the important. Now, how do we change that foreign policy here? Is the title of this whole event. The diaspora. The diaspora. People who live, the diaspora that lives here in the U.S. right now, guess what? Many of them have been naturalized. If they've been naturalized, they vote. Many of them own businesses. They pay taxes. And you know what that's important to? Members of Congress. The diaspora in the African community, and I'm talking about all countries on the continent, that diaspora has an incredible voice that is underutilized and is not being heard. When it does get heard, look, I said it at lunch today, one of the largest Ethiopian diasporas is right here in Washington. You look at all of the other diasporas throughout the country, and they are in places like LA, Boston, Minneapolis, Chicago. They have a voice, and you know what they do? If they start talking to their elected officials, they can change. AGOA is a great idea conceptually, but it has failed miserably as being an economic driver on the African continent. I'm a huge fan of AGOA. I'm a huge fan of the free trade zone. But we underestimate it and we underutilize it, and we do it because we are our own worst enemy when it comes to trade. How do we fix that? We have got to keep an open mind. We don't shove our thoughts into Africa. It is trade. It's about trade. It is about economic growth. It's about economic security. It's about economic development. Until we get that and we stop being the moral police for the world, this will continue, and China and Russia will continue to eat our lunch on that continent, and we cannot afford that. I come off my soapbox.
Ok, Monsieur Thomas Russell, il a parlé de la forme de la Goa. Pour le moment, il a dit le traité de la Goa n'est pas en bonne forme. Il faut développer une stratégie importante sur le long terme. Il y a certains dirigeants africains se sont plaints à cause des sanctions qu'on a portées sur leur gouvernement. Nous avons une grande diaspora aux États-Unis. Elles votent, mais leurs paroles ou leurs voix ne sont pas importantes sur ce traité. Donc la diaspora doit avoir un impact positif sur le traité, disons, en votant, en allant auprès des organisations. Merci.
Awesome.
Say perfect. Say perfect.
Thank you so much for the translation. Mr. Justin, that was a very passionate and enlightening opening remark, and I must say that you were in my mind, and I echo every sentiment that you spoke there, that the U.S. truly has to hold itself accountable and stop being the moral police of the world, and look at itself in the mirror and be able to be adaptable to the culture. Relativism is very important, and I feel that is something that it has failed miserably when it comes to its foreign policy.
Yeah, the one thing I want to add to that, because you bring up a good point, that the U.S. needs to be responsible. I don't want this to be a one-way street, however. Understand that every senior member of government that I've talking to on the African continent, and this is also in Pan-Asia, in the Asian countries I've spoken to government leaders, they all say, look, we're not perfect. And we have to do a better job of whether it's human rights, whether it's economic security, national security, democracy, however, they understand that they have to, and they do. They try. But we cannot hold them to a higher standard that we do not hold ourselves. So as long as they're showing progress, there's hope. But to your point, we can't have it as a one-way street.
Absolutely. And you're really driving to the follow-up question that I had for you, that looking from the outside inward for African countries, how would you advise African countries to strengthen their strategic position when it comes to foreign policy in trade and investment?
If I had the exact right answer for that, I'd be living in a $10 million house in Potomac, Maryland right now. That's the reality. It's a case-by-case basis. That's the thing. It's not a one-size-fits-all in Africa. Let's say, for example, Ethiopia. Ethiopia was bounced from AGOA because the U.S. had issues with the Tigray question. Addis Ababa is arguably one of the largest economic hubs on the continent, and you're going to kick Ethiopia out of AGOA instead of trying to deal with them diplomatically. You're going to punitively hit that economic hub from a solid trade base here in the United States. Yet, when we look at countries like Rwanda, where we actively engage them, and yet they kidnap people like Paul Rusesabagina and hold him illegally, that question, there's a lot of hypocrisy and a lot of dichotomy that's going on in U.S. African foreign policy. So the answer to your question is, we literally have to take it by a country-by-country, case-by-case basis. It cannot be a one-size-fits-all. And yet that's been the easy answer for Foggy Bottom and the State Department, not just in this administration. It has been like this through Trump and Obama. This is a bipartisan problem, is the Africa question.
Absolutely. I love that. Though I have 4 eyes, my glasses in my eyes, I still have 20/20 vision like you, because we're seeing the same thing, that it's a two-way street. Thank you so much, Mr. Russell. Over to translations.
Ok. Monsieur Thomas Russell, il a parlé, la dame près de moi, elle a posé certaines questions, comment les pays africains peuvent faire. Monsieur Russell a répondu, il a répondu ceci. Certains dirigeants des pays en Asie et en Afrique il y a des problèmes de démocratie, de sécurité et des droits des hommes. Et maintenant, concernant cela, ces pays ne peuvent pas s'arrimer aux standards américains. Donc il faut aller pas par cas, parce que les pays ont des différentes situations. Il y aura des pays en guerre, il faut aller cas par élément par élément pour pouvoir résolver ce problème. Merci.
Awesome. Thank you very much for the translations. Once again, thank you so much, Mr. Russell. Moving on to our next panelist, Commissioner Felix Obi. Over to you, sir, for your remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So I had the good fortune of listening to a very vibrant conversation. I got here a little bit early, and the conversation was along the lines of boots on the ground experience and theoretical experience, and which of these two competing ideas and philosophies has better impact. The answer is both. But let me begin by acknowledging some of the distinguished guests here, in particular the diplomatic community, the policymakers, the diaspora leaders, entrepreneurs, and leaders of industry. You guys are really the reason why we're here. This entire conversation is to allow you the runway to do what you do best, which is create and expand economies. Most especially, I'd like to commend Ms. Lisiana Emakor and Mr. Emmanuel Kalumbata and the Awakening Africa team for organizing the Awakening Africa Diaspora and Investment Conference. This is an event whose time has come, and we're all lucky to be part of this dialogue. This is what it looks like when African diasporans take ownership of African issues. And here is why I think this is a conversation which time has come. It's not hyperbole. The world, as we know it, is at a major inflection point. It is churning right under our feet. There is a great power competition between the US-led defense of a rules-based international system and the Sino-Russian axis of autocracy. How this competition is resolved will shape the world that we're going to live in, operate in, do business in for decades to come. Part of the reason why Africa has not done well is because the current international order was written in post-1945, after World War II. Pretty much no African country was independent. Not only did Africa not have a seat at the table, its interest did not exist, so it wasn't even considered. But today, right now, the conversation is ongoing. The ideas, and it goes back to the conversation earlier about boots on the ground experience and power of ideas. The idea behind how the world functions, how competition will be governed, how the global supply chain will be distributed is being had. I'm going off script because this is an issue that I'm really passionate about. And I want to kind of walk us through how we lost the battle. I'm a Nigerian diasporan, proud Igbo man, Okoro. We also have some of the largest oil reserves, especially in my part of the country. But guess what happens? Nigeria exports crude oil and then imports finished products. Over to the west of Nigeria is the countries of Togo and Ghana. They export raw cocoa and import Nestle products. But we are now facing the challenges of climate change, global warming, and we're thinking through cleaner ways to power the global economy. This competition is thinking through where the industries that will create the goods and services and technologies that will power this new economy will be located. One of the things the global system realized during COVID was that chasing cost efficiency in relocating global supply chain has its limitations. Because the world factory closed when China decided to close for COVID. Inflationary pressure hit Africa the worst. Despite access to capital, we couldn't buy much in the West. There is now compounding economic competition and the battle of ideas on how we live in this world. A good example of it is Russia's invasion of Ukraine. What has happened is that disruptions in the Ukrainian Black Sea ports is driving inflation, especially for grains. People can't afford bread because they don't have wheat. For those who think that America is being too cute by insisting on rules, this is what happens when there isn't governing rules. These are the rules that has preserved the peace in Europe since 1945, where no nation has, through the barrel of a gun, redrawn borders. Because even when it's limited to two countries fighting, the economic impact is global. There is inflation in every country in the world. A big part of that is disruptions in the global supply chain. There is a battle of ideas about a liberal order that is based on rules and a realist perspective that is based on raw national interests. Here is the challenge with that latter one. If we were to take Russia at its word, that it thought NATO was encroaching into its sphere of influence, and it decides to invade Ukraine, without respecting international norms that says no country shall, through the barrel of a gun, redraw national borders. It has gotten just the opposite, because actions generate reaction. The reaction now is that Finland is in NATO. The reaction is that Norway, I believe, or Denmark, one of the the other Scandinavian country, is about to join NATO. When we don't follow international norms, international rules, when we pursue maximalist positions, it generates a counter reaction. Part of that counter reaction is the inflation that we also face today. But here is the opportunity it's creating for Africa. I did mention the challenges with crude oil and Nigeria. Are there anybody here from the Democratic Republic of Congo? You guys rock. Oh my God, you guys rock, because you are the future. The conversation now is we have renewable energy. We have to power electric batteries. We have to power windmills. Who owns the patent that will translate these rare earth elements to industrial inputs? Who owns the corporations that would manufacture these rare earth elements to industrial inputs or consumer products? Crucially, where will they be located? We now know that the model of China as the world manufacturing plant has serious limitations. It has limitations of geopolitical competition. What would happen if China were to go into Taiwan? No man is an island. I just demonstrated how the war in Ukraine is creating inflationary pressures everywhere. It has limitations because when the Chinese government unilaterally decides to close their borders longer than necessary, the global supply chain freezes. Western leaders now realize there needs to be a diversification of global supply chain, and not always to the lowest common investor or investment destination. This is why Mexico is now the largest trading partner of the United States. It's no longer China. This is also the opportunity that beckons for Africa. It just makes sense to manufacture in Africa if we already have the raw materials. But public policy, the power of ideas, the power of being organized, has to catch up with our potential. This is where the diaspora community come in. I mean, look at us. Really. She's badass in every sense of the word. She's an attorney. I'm a lawyer. We're it. And we've not even scratched the surface. And you are the diplomatic community. You have resources. Tell your principals back home to develop the political will to engage these resources. There is no America and Africa. There is no America and Haiti. We embody all of it. These are not distinct geographical locations. I'm an Igbo. I just said in Igbo, I'm an Igbo man. But I'm from Silver Spring, and I'm a Hoyer. You can't get more American than that. So these are not distinct peoples talking to each other. Africa merely has to develop the political will to organize, leverage its resources, both human, God-given, and potential. That's the power of the conversation that I want us to have today. I dumped this speech. Don't need it. It's all in the heart. So let's have that conversation. Thank you.
Je vais résumer le professeur Félix. Son discours a vraiment été long. Donc, il a parlé de la crise de supply chain, de la des logistiques durant le Covid. Quand la Chine a eu à fermer ses frontières, les pays africains ne pouvaient pas se procurer les produits sur le marché occidental à cause des moyens financiers, parce qu'il fallait le coût était tellement élevé. Il a pris le cas du Nigeria avec le Nigeria exporte son carburant brut pour importer le carburant raffiné. Il a dit que l'Amérique ne peut pas se faire sans l'Afrique. Que ce soit Haïti ne peut pas aussi se faire sans l'Afrique. Donc les gouvernements en place, les représentants des gouvernements ici présents doivent dire à leur président dans leur pays d'origine de développer des politiques pour pouvoir améliorer ces conditions et que nous puissions avoir un impact sur la chaîne logistique de ces produits dont nous avons besoin. Et qu'on doit aussi investir on doit beaucoup investir dans nos infrastructures en Afrique. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you for the translation. And I think we did not do Mr. Felix justice. That was a very passionate and such an insightful opening remark. Please, let's give him another round of applause. Mr. Felix, I would like to say you struck a chord, especially for me as an economist, when you spoke about inflation and the global supply chain. I found it very fascinating that the world literally halted, especially Africa, it being known as one of the continents that has very rich raw materials, that we shut down. And we were devastated by the fact that, there was COVID, and now that the Russian and Ukraine war is going on. And so you touched about this regarding the manufacturing industry. And my question would be, how would you recommend that African countries diverge from their dependency on importing material or importing their raw materials, and now being more strategic in how they represent their products on the global market?
So far we've had a one-way conversation, right? We've focused, and as we should, by the way, because that's an integral part of the conversation, on the United States looking at Africa. But that's also, I think, part of the challenge. We had a US-Africa Leaders Summit, and the United States government had a pronouncement on what it wanted to achieve from the summit. What did our African partners want to achieve from that summit? That's your problem. It's easy to say that Foggy Bottom does not engage Africa meaningfully. On some level, Foggy Bottom can do better. But I also chaired the president's African diaspora engagement during his campaign. I also serve on the President's Trade Advisory Committee on Africa. The Deputy Secretary of Commerce is Nigerian American, as I am. The former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense is Sierra Leonean American. I believe she's now with MCC, and she's the second highest ranking person in MCC. The immediate past Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Africa is Nigerian. I could go on. The point that I make is that progress is also being made. We have a seat at the table. That's what I was promised when I signed up to the campaign. That you would help make Africa policy, and you would help execute African policy. And the president has kept his word. What is Africa's word to Africans? We're waiting. What I will say, though, is that to more specifically answer your question, and in my original speech, which I would email to you guys, and you guys can have it, is that Africa has to develop an endogenous theory of development. What I mean by that is, and my son is here, by the way, and I thank him for being present. He canceled his day to support Papa. He's the other Felix Obi. So that's why my name is O Felix Obi, because if I say Felix Obi, sometimes it goes to him. So we have deep conversations. He's a STEM guy, I'm a social science guy, but he has passion about the things I'm passionate about, and we have conversations about theory of development. Africa needs to have a theory of development as a continent, have a regional economic integration framework, and then the regions will then interconnect to each other. What is the point of AFTA if it is cheaper to import a product from China into Nigeria than it is to ship it from Nigeria to Mali? There are no internal networks, no real networks. So how do you trade if you don't have infrastructure that facilitates the trade? How do you trade if you don't have a theory for developing your natural resources, sitting across the table from the West, asking for the necessary exclusion of natural gas in any restrictions due to climate change, so that it will be the relatively cleaner source of energy that will power Africa's industrialization? How do you negotiate with US and Saudi Arabia, where Saudi Arabia has pledged $9 billion in the extraction of rare earth elements in Africa, especially the DRC? That's B with a 9 billion with a B. How do you sit on what is AU's position in attracting this investment and making sure that these heavy industries are located in Africa. The truth of the matter is that Africa is not lacking for talent. You're all here. You guys are as talented as everybody else is. So we have to develop a sense that there is somebody on the African side of the table that is willing to engage. The African side of the table has to prioritize economic strategy as much as it prioritizes political machinations to stay in power. That seems to be, and we all know this to be true. Politicians need to stay in power because if you're not in power, you're a former politician. And that's fair. However, what is the purpose for wanting to be a politician and wanting power? What is the idea? What is the power of your idea behind it? We're here. Knock on our doors.
Absolutely. I think, Mr. Russell, I see you nodding enthusiastically. You're bubbling.
There's what you are saying is 100% correct. The countries on the continent of Africa have to take dominant control of their own fate, of their own future, no question. The challenge is, let's say DRC, absolutely. The raw materials in DRC go into really important things for all countries. They have raw materials that go into stuff like batteries, computer chips, solar panels. We need those raw materials. But in order for the DRC to have the ability to cultivate and excavate and exploit that raw material, they need Western equipment. They need Western technology to come in to do the right thing by excavating, by mining that, but not destroying the environment while doing that. The problem we have is US and Western country sanctions. We use sanctions as what we think will drive a country like DRC or South Sudan or Ethiopia into what we expect them to be. When in fact what we're finding is it's driving them into the hand, because guess what? China doesn't care about that, and they will put the technology to excavate and exploit that. That's where you are absolutely right on 100%, except for the fact that sometimes we can be our own worst enemy when it comes to using sanctions, something I'm sure you've seen in your practice. We've got to be smarter on how we deal with, if there's an issue, we deal with them as adults. We don't deal with them and punish them like children. We deal with them as equals. We deal with them as partners. That's how we get the results.
So let me add very quickly. I completely agree with you.
Yes.
And here is the other point. I will go further.
Okay.
I'll go further. So I was recently on a Nigerian television network, and they were asking me if I thought it would be a good idea for ECOWAS to step into Niger and restore democratic rule. And I said, okay. Have you ever asked what the Nigerians want? They want a better life. You convince the Nigerians that democracy will give them a better life, you don't need to send ECOWAS force in there. Now, to be clear, for the avoidance of doubt, there is no future in military coups for Africa. In military coups, none. Nothing will come of military coups but suffering, economic mismanagement, and blight. That said, things are so bad that Africans already face that in most democratic countries, so-called democracies of Africa. That's a tragedy. So, what we've done is that we sanction countries rightfully. But that's the stick. Where is the carrot? What I propose instead is I've spoken briefly about relocating processing of Africa's raw materials within the continent of Africa. Special drawing rights at the World Bank to finance these industries. Homegrown, endogenously developed infrastructure network to link markets. But the condition, not unlike AGOA, for having access to this capital is respect for human rights. It is basic democratic norms. These are not a favor to the United States. The people who suffer in these countries are our cousins, our uncles, our aunts. We have a vested interest that they have better rights. We have a vested interest that clean water is not a privilege, but a right. And there has to be a nudge. The problem is that we've way too many times come only with a stick and not the carrot. And we need to amp up the carrot. Nobody has ever gone to war to try to force someone to join the European Union. Because the benefit of joining the EU, as the Brits are now learning, is huge. These countries, especially in the Sahel, clearly do not think they're losing anything by getting kicked out of ECOWAS. If we want Africa to succeed, we have to change that incentive. And just very quickly, it is no longer enough to say we're sanctioning them. When we sanction them, we push them into the Sino-Russian axis. Do you know what that means strategically for us? You have China and Russia controlling the Sahel. You cannot get natural gas pipeline from the Delta in Nigeria to North Africa and to Europe, unless the Chinese and the Russians sign off. Because we want to be too cute. We want to dictate terms. As I said, there is a big competition going on. The power of a liberal world order and the power of a realistic world order, to put it very generously, if not a Marxist world order. How that competition is resolved, where the global supply chain is located as a consequence, will determine whether Africa's youth bulge is a blessing or a curse. It's up to us.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And I would like to bring it home a little bit to Ms. Joanna here. And you mentioned something to do with carrots and sticks, right? How does the AGOA agreement and its paramount importance of it being renewed, serve as a carrot, really to encourage African countries to be part of the table and also encourage them to reform their foreign policy?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I think I answered some of that earlier today. Again, the last time that AGOA was renewed was about 10 years ago. So a lot has happened. We've seen how COVID has disrupted our global economies. The agriculture sectors across various countries have significantly expanded. The textile sector has also expanded, right? And so on and so on. And again, African governments have done its own assessment as various governments utilize AGOA, and also the private sector has also done significant research, and obviously by using AGOA they have identified some of the loopholes and some of the gaps that need to be filled. So we're at a very pivotal moment, right? You can't just allow the United States to say this is the language that I want in AGOA when it's going to impact your countries, it's going to impact your investment sectors, it's going to impact your economy, right? And it's going to determine which countries come into your local markets and engage in business and practices and so forth. So you have a duty and an obligation to the people that you're serving as a government to ensure that the policies that are coming out of Washington are reflective of the reality on the ground. Because obviously, the staffers on Capitol Hill that work on AGOA and the staffers that work on AGOA at USTR, Department of Commerce, also at the various think tanks. Yes, they do travel to the continent from time to time, but not every country, right? They're not on the ground. So the real experts are the ones, the investors that are doing business under the trade agreement, and the experts are the governments, right? And also the diplomatic mission, the diplomatic corps right here in Washington, all right? And I remember, you know, I spoke with a particular economic attaché from an embassy that I would not name. And I asked this economic attaché, how often do you go to Capitol Hill, right? We know the economic attaché plays a pivotal role in helping to strengthen trade relations between the United States and their respective countries beyond AGOA, right? So if you're visiting Capitol Hill when you're invited, I can assure you're not doing the work, right? It has to be a continuous engagement, right? And continuous feedback and continuous collaboration with the different agencies, and even with the National Security Council, because a lot of times when you want something done, you get the buy-in from the Office of the President. You go through the National Security Council, and then they will have conversations with staff and even members of Congress, and bring that up in conversations, and even sometimes in speeches and global speeches. So as my co-panelist indicated, yes, you know, and I always argue this, you know, I love foreign policy, and I actually teach American foreign policy at Howard University, and we look at, since the Cold War, the foreign policy vis-a-vis Africa has not been the best. And some could argue that some of the policies coming out of Washington have undermined the development of some of the countries on the continent, right? You look at what happened in Somalia, you look at various other examples, right? But you can't rely on your partner to determine your country's destiny, right? And you have an obligation, and I can't emphasize that enough. And at our firm, what we do is we make sure we position our clients for success. Whatever it is that you want to get done, we can make it happen, right? Whatever policy that you want to advance, our job, because of our understanding of how Washington works, and because of our relationships and our relationships not just with Washington but also with the countries that we represent, we ensure your policies are represented on paper. Whether maybe, you know, something happened, you want a resolution before Congress that acknowledge this situation that occurred in your country, or whether you would like your president to meet with maybe President Biden or a certain secretary, right? To have, not just for photo ops, but to have meaningful dialogue that are consistent with the foreign policy priorities of your country. That's what we do. It's not a one-way street, and it will be a missed opportunity if AGOA is renewed, and it is renewed based on the recommendations of the United States, not based on the recommendations of the beneficiary nations. This is a pivotal moment. They're trying to get it to renew it this year. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that they've introduced it because of commitments and that were made during the U.S. Africa Leaders Summit. So they're doing it, and with all of the challenges that I think Congress is faced with, I think next Congress, AGOA will be reintroduced again. So between now and perhaps, you know, January or February of next year, or even during the summer, that is the time, and the advocacy or the lobbying should have started a long time ago. So we can't allow AGOA to be renewed without your input, and there is power
in unity, right? And perhaps not going as one country, but going as a diplomatic corps. And these are our demands. This is a language we would like in the renewed AGOA, and these are the language that we would like to be removed, right? These are the products that we would like to be removed from AGOA, right? These are the products that we would like to be added. When it comes to the conditions, human rights, right? Perhaps there are ways to negotiate, right? And your countries have significant resources. Leverage that, negotiate that, right? Again, you have to negotiate. It's a conversation. I like to say foreign policy is like a relationship between two parties. That's essentially what it is, right? We have all these fancy terminologies, right? I think those of us in the diplomatic corps, we enjoy the language because it makes it so sexy and so attractive. But at the end of the day, it is a relationship between two parties, right? And have a conversation that is meaningful and that serves your own economic, social, and political interests. Because the United States is serving its own social, political, and economic interests through every policy that is signed into law. And that's the reality. They're not doing it necessarily because they love your country so much. Obviously, there might be some aspect of that, but it's about interest. That's what foreign policy is, right? And leveraging and negotiating and making sure that your people, your constituents get the best out of it. And my co-panelists earlier talked about the diaspora. The diaspora, there are the voters. They have enormous, enormous power. So rallying your diaspora, when we talk to our clients, well, first thing that I do with our clients is I try to identify where the diasporas are located. And we engage them in whatever policy that we're pushing for. We engage the diaspora. We have them do some of the work as well, right? And when your diaspora is engaged, they feel more invested, right? And they have more trust in the government. So we can't leave the diaspora out because they hold significant power, and their power is their ability to vote here in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shauna. I think this is a very safe place to conclude the panel discussion, like my relationship with the panelists right now, and start opening it up to the public because I've asked all the questions that I needed to ask. But I know everybody is probably bubbling with questions for our panelists. But before we move into that, I'm going to give it over to our translator to briefly translate the past 15 minutes.
Je vais résumer la pensée du professeur Félix. C'était vraiment intéressant. Il a dit qu'il y a la diaspora, la diaspora africaine a des postes clés aux États-Unis qui peuvent vraiment nous aider à développer les politiques de commerce qui pourront nous aider à éviter l'inflation sur la chaîne logistique. Il a dit on doit développer en Afrique les théories de développement, avoir un cadre de développement et avoir aussi des infrastructures qui facilitent le commerce entre les pays africains. Et en passant, il a réitéré, l'Afrique ne manque pas de talent. Malheureusement, nous avons les politiciens, leur priorité c'est de faire de la politique pour rester au pouvoir et non la politique pour développer l'Afrique. Et entre-temps, M. Thomas Russell, il a réenchéri en disant que parfois ce sont les Africains qui sont les pires ennemis, leurs propres ennemis. Et le professeur Félix a répondu, les droits de l'homme doivent être des choses basiques. L'eau ne doit pas être un privilège. C'est quelque chose qui est nécessaire dans la vie de l'homme. Et ensuite, le professeur Johanna, elle a continué en disant, elle s'est encore répété, les Africains doivent voir comment ils peuvent retirer les produits dans l'agrément de la loi ou augmenter leurs produits. Et généralement, ils ont aussi le pouvoir ils ont une force de pouvoir de négocier les recommandations, et que ce n'est pas seulement les États-Unis qui doivent décider, mais c'est plutôt les pays africains. Merci. De rien.
Thank you so much for that translation. Now, like I say that my relationship with my panelists has ended here, and I only have space for 2 questions. Please make them precise. So, Oh, okay. I guess the whole room. So to make this work and fair on everybody, please make your question as precise as possible. I know sometimes you want to give context and the backstory, but in 1 or 2 sentences, let's say. I saw Mr. Mbappe had his hand up first. Over to you, sir. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for the correction.
So I want to applaud the panel for the great question and presentation. I think it was well done. And like something I disagree with my brother here, Mr. Felix, that we have to respect the African. It's time to respect the African. Because we have the goods, we have the natural resources. If you need our goods, you don't come and then impose that your policy. You have to come and sit down with us under the table and negotiate with us. And then see what is fair. It's not like, if you don't take this policy, I finish you out of the table. You have to sit down with us, see what is fair, and then think of our people also. We have to eat also. It's not like you have to give to the Western and they do whatever they do and forget our people. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for those remarks. Mr. Felix, I guess this will be a conversation that we'll have to take outside because it's quite an extensive discussion right there. Any other question? Sir, Mr. Mshai.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my name is John Mshai from the Zimbabwean Embassy. Yes, thank you very much for quite a very enriching panel discussion. I really enjoyed it. My comment, which I also want to hear your reaction, is on AGOA renewal. Well, Zimbabwe, we have not been expelled from AGOA long ago, but we were hoping that, AGOA, it is a structure that was born out of the political process. And we see that it's a political structure that is coming to address an economic or a conventional transaction. And this has really been the biggest problem, limitations in terms of the impact of AGOA on Africa. So within the renewal period, we were hoping that let's separate that political process from the economic side of things, such that AGOA becomes purely inclusive, doesn't eliminate, because let's treat it as purely a commercial transaction. Then we include everybody, because right now, as it stands, when it comes to political assessment of different countries, subjective is the so that's my comment, which I want to.
So I'll take a stab at it. So the first question I would like to ask, how much lobbying or advocacy has been done by the Zimbabwean government? That's one. Secondly, AGOA, Hope Help, CBTPA, which are other trade agreements between the United States and other, and Hope Help are 2 trade agreements between the United States and the Caribbean, and there are numerous other trade agreements. There's always the element of the human rights component, right? And it's unfortunate sometimes because and this is not in the context of Zimbabwe, it's just a general conversation. Because look at America, how long that we've been a democracy, right? And when you look at the African continent in comparison to the United States, these are baby countries. Most countries gained their independence in the 50s, 60s, with South Sudan being the youngest country on the continent, which gained its independence in 2012. So democracy looks different depending on where you are, right? And look at us, the United States, how long it took us to recognize same-sex marriage, right? It took us, we didn't get there overnight. There was a lot of resistance, right? And so there are countries on the continent, they're not quite there yet, right? But they're taking strides to be there. So the question is, how do we work with those countries to ensure that we allow them the time to grow and to develop and to evolve, right? Because as society evolves, perceptions change, right? Positions change, because the things that were not ethically correct here in the United States maybe 5-10 years ago, today they're acceptable, right? So these are my concerns when it comes to sanctions, and I think sometimes sanctions are our absolute
the only tool of resource sometimes to address some of the gross human rights violations that occur all across the world. But as a trained lawyer, sometimes I struggle with sanctions because the lack of due process, right? And that is something that is often argued. So that I don't know if that answered your question, but that's where I stand. Perhaps we can have a much further dialogue outside.
I want to take a stab at that real quick. So one of the things I have to say is, so the name of the organization that I head is believeinaafrica.org. I meant to change that earlier. If you go to believeinaafrica.org, that is our organization. We're a nonprofit. We have no skin in this game. We're a 501c3, and we are, part of our mission is to tout the mantra that economic development, economic partnerships are the greatest diplomatic tools this country has on the globe. That being said, when we look at Zimbabwe, okay, you guys got kicked out of AGOA for a couple of reasons. Was it right? Was it wrong? But it was definitely taking you out of the AGOA agreement. The problem I have with that is that we use that moray to penalize Zimbabwe, which arguably has been an ally in the region for the United States on many levels. But in this instance, you're like, yeah, you can't have the gold ring. Yet, we have NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement. And in a time when we saw the Mexican government having problems dealing with the drug cartels, did we kick Mexico out of NAFTA because they couldn't control the drug cartels, or they could not control the corruption in their own government? No, we did not. So there's a hypocrisy in how we do this in the United States. Is it just in Zimbabwe? No, I would say Ethiopia. I would say that the sanctions in South Sudan. I would say some of the sanctions that this government has done in places like Malaysia and Indonesia are arbitrary and capricious. But make no mistake about it is, if we're going to have a trade agreement that is beneficial to all parties, our trade with Zimbabwe is beneficial to Zimbabwe just as much as it is to us. We cannot make it a tool to shove our ideals down your throat. And until we stop doing that, we're going to be in the same boat we are now.
Can I just add something right quick, though, if you don't mind?
No, please.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Please, I don't.
Because it's important. I think we might want to step back for a second from whether the United States imposes sanctions or not. We might want to ask ourselves, what kind of rights do we expect in our own countries? What kind of society do we want to live in? Is a society and a continent that is functioning at a level that many people, the youngest and the strongest often among us, are taking the risk to get on dinghies to cross the Mediterranean so they can go wash plates, dishes in Europe, when these people can be computer scientists, economists in Africa. And we're sitting here wondering if the United States is nudging us in the right way or the wrong way. Is that the society we want for Africa? Is that the society Africa deserves? What is the endogenous conversation going on in Africa to change that dynamics? Okay, United States can be overbearing. Okay. What's the alternative? Get thrown in jail for whatever country in Africa because you criticize the president? Get hopeless enough that you join a church, giving your mega savings to a pastor who is preaching a heaven and God's blessing that isn't coming? When that fails, you make it through the Sahel, risk life, then for the privilege of being enslaved in Libya, and if you manage to survive all that, then you get on a dinghy so that you can get to Europe and wash their dishes and clean their toilets. That's the reality for a majority of Africans. And we sit in Washington, D.C. in our fancy suits and we're debating whether the United States can be overbearing. Really? Is that really the conversation we want to have?
But here, if I can...
If I may add, when it comes to the issue of sanctions, I think that the United States has come to terms that some of these economic sanctions on countries as a whole is not the best policy moving forward. I don't know if you've noticed, the United States is moving towards more individualized sanctions, right? And that, I think, is the best approach because, again, there are leaders that have committed heinous crimes across the continent, and there should be consequences because we have what you call a world order, right? But it should not come at the cost of the entire society, right? Because by removing Zimbabwe from AGOA and from other various economic trade opportunities with the United States, who's impacted the most? It's the society's most vulnerable. It's the women, it's the children, it's the disabled, right? And I think the United States, and there's been a lot of studies on this, and in fact, the various committees across Congress have conducted hearings on assessing the impact of these sanctions that have been imposed on countries across the continent. And the State Department is really coming to terms that perhaps that should not be the best way forward. It should be more so individualized sanctions, which I support to a certain extent, but I certainly don't support when you impose sanctions on an entire country because of an act of a leader or a certain group within that country.
Let's give it up for our panelists. I really hate to be that moderator. Like I said, I knew that you guys were bubbling with questions and remarks. I knew it, but we're running out of time. If I could make the sun stand, I would. But that's the whole purpose. I am so sorry. I really have to be stern on this one. But we do have a networking and reception right after. So please, please, please do connect with our panelists after this session and also connect with them on their LinkedIn. I will take this moment before I close this off to first take pictures with the panelists, and then our tech guy will also preview 2 videos for us, and I'll invite Mr. Emmanuel Kalumbata to give us the closing remarks.
Oh, really? Yeah, you gotta come to shows. Oh, yeah. There's some people we gotta talk. There's some people we gotta introduce you to.
Are you? Do you want to send me your contact, or do you want to do this?
I'll show you my digital.
Je vous remercie.
Yes, please.
Absolutely.
The light right here, is that?
Yes.
Should we go? Is that light okay?
Yes.
Okay. Because it was like in my eye while I was talking.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I enjoyed the conversation.
Oh, it's great meeting you.
It was nice to listen to you. It was
Thank you.
You can spare all of us.
I was for sure for this McCormick.
All right. Thank you all so much for just watching us have our PR moment there. I will now invite the tech guy to preview the video for us before we start closing off.
Welcome to the Awakening Africa Hub, your one-stop shop for inspiration, training, co-working space, and business growth that elevate and motivate you toward business success.
We are a community of bold-minded people who have decided to work under the same roof. Our workspace and the people around us inspire us to take action, grow, and do better. We are passionate about creating communities of talented, interesting, and clever women that are following the passion.
Our fully serviced co-working spaces come with all details taken care of and an experienced on-site team to make sure everything runs smoothly. You can simply walk in and get to work while we look after everything else. Our co-working office offers a place that promotes productivity and create meaningful connections with other talents.
This beautiful studio is perfect for photography, video production, seminar, and any type of small gathering. Our podcast studio has been built to give our people the opportunity to tell the stories. Do you think you have an inspiring story to tell? Contact us to be featured.
From the magazine, the Hub Directory, to the co-working space, our goal is to build a strong community of people of African descent. Join us and let's take the lead.
Starting a business is easy. Building a business is hard. If you want to build something that matters, you know you're going to need all the help you can get. And that's where we come in. Introducing Awakening Africa Hub, the one-stop shop for all African Americans. Awakening Africa Hub can help you advertise and scale your business, all from a single screen. We are geared towards building the African American consumer market by advertising all businesses in the USA which target our community as their consumer. We are proud to provide our customers with a modern, unique, and up-to-date online directory, a magazine and blog, an event directory, and an all-in-one user-friendly mobile app that allows faster navigation, accurate search results from anywhere in the world. How it works. Go to www.vaahub.com or download the Awakening Africa Hub app on Google Play Store or the App Store. Create an account to have full access. Go to submit your listing or host your place. Submit all required information. Let your ideal customers find you. Home for building entrepreneurs. We are all around about building a strong community. Download the app today and help your customers find you.
All right, thank you so much for entertaining us. I would just ask for 5 more minutes of your attention so that we have our CEO here, Mr. Kalumbata, give us closing remarks, and we'll wind up and wrap up for the evening. Over to you, CEO.
Wow, that was a great day. A lot of information was shared. I was really, as we learn every day, we had some great money, as I promised you at the beginning of this conference. So I would like to thank you, first of all, for staying until the end of the conference. This was an amazing day. I can see so many great connections being made over there. And right after here, as our beautiful moderator and MC just said, we're going to have a reception just to wind up. It's been a long day, a lot of information. So now it's time to connect, have a drink, talk to people, share your business card. And as you watch a video, as I said before, Awakening Africa Hub is a platform that we've created to connect people of African descent so we can create some great stuff for our continent. And as you saw, most of the panelists, we need to work hard as a continent so we can bring some great stuff instead of continuing complaining, maybe the US is not giving us some good policies for our continent or for our countries. But I think it's time for us to have this type of conversation so we can build something meaningful for our continent. And the platform is there. And then if you can scan your QR code on the badge that you have, it's going to give you access to everything that we do. And I think we have the contact details of almost everybody in this room. We're going to reach out to you right after this conference with more initiative that we're trying to do so we can create a powerful platform. So on behalf of Awakening Africa Hub, the whole team, because we work hard, we're based in Dallas. We came here just for the past 2 weeks to put together this event. And we hope that we're going to continue to have this type of conversation and to engage with the African diaspora so we can create something great for our continent. But we have a custom on this event. Before we go, we need to take a family picture. So I will ask everybody to come here in the front row so we can have like a family picture, and then we're going to head up. For those who want to visit the museum, for the conference is free, so you can go at the whole museum to have a look, and because it's a beautiful place, you can take some great pictures, and then we're going to end up at the gallery for a networking event where we can continue the conversation, have a drink, and get to know each other. Thank you.
All right, once again, thank you all so much for being an incredible audience. May you have a wonderful remainder of your evening and safe travels to those who are traveling. And before you leave this room, I ask that as family, you come join us down here for us to take a picture, and then we can go wind down with some drinks in the gallery.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, welcome to the Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference. The theme of this conference, Bridging the Gap and Cultivating Lasting Collaborations. This conference has been made possible through the generous support of the African Union Mission in Washington, D.C. Our mission is to foster dialogue, networking, and collaboration among individuals of African descent in the United States. Together, we aim to explore opportunities for growth and development, and we are grateful for the African Union's commitment to this cause. Allow us to introduce our esteemed speakers who will be sharing their insights and experiences with us today. Her Excellency Hilda Suka Mafudze, African Union Ambassador to the United States of America. Russell Avray, Founder and AMP CEO of GLAPI Foundation. Emmanuel Kalumbata, Founder and CEO of Awakening Africa Hub. Commissioner Ofelix Obi, Commercial Diplomacy Executive and AMPA member, the Executive Office of U.S. President's Trade Advisory Committee on Africa. Justin Thomas Russell, Executive Director of Belief in Africa. Johanna LeBlanc, JDLLM, Partner, Adomi Advisory Group, PLLC. Million Zaleke, Founder of Grand Squared Corporation. Khadija Kamara, CEO, Central Salone and Chief Strategy Officer, Study Africa. Mbaye Mbenge, Founder of Youth Education and Sports Development, United Nations. Liziana Emakua, Executive Director, USA Hallmark International Youth Club /Advocate at UNMGCY. Zipporah Hawa Mariba, Executive Director and Founder of Girls Aid Movement. Our discussions today will be expertly guided by our distinguished moderator, Tatenda Nc Zvimbo, an economist and global ambassador at HIYC. We would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our sponsor, the Awakening Afrique Hub, for their invaluable support. They truly are your one-stop shop for everything you need to help your business grow. Additionally, we are proud to have Afrique Today Web TV as our media partner, providing the best of digital TV coverage to ensure that the valuable insights and discussions of this conference reach a wider audience. Thank you for joining us at this Awakening African Diaspora and Investment Conference, and we look forward to a day of fruitful discussions and collaborations.